Chapter 401. Lu Yu was beaten half to death by Lin Feng's attack. He no longer had the strength to fight. At this time, Zhang Chu had already arrived behind Lin Feng and punched towards Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng did not have any defense, so he could only take Zhang Chu's attack head-on. With a loud bang, Zhang Chu's attack fiercely hit Lin Feng's body, and a powerful force instantly erupted. Zhang Chu's face showed a cold expression. In his opinion, without any defense, Lin Feng would be seriously injured if not killed. But who would have thought that after being hit by Zhang Chu's attack, Lin Feng's body only staggered a little. Zhang Chu's attack was very powerful, but no matter how powerful it was just a physical attack, and he could not use his own spiritual power to cast a divine ability to deal with Lin Feng, so it did not cause much damage to Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Chu with a cold face. "Grandson, you hit me once. This young master will return 10 punches to you." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng rushed toward Zhang Chu. "You! Impossible!" Zhang Chu cried out in horror. He could not believe what he saw with his eyes was real. Just now, he had used almost 100% of his strength to ruthlessly blast this brat's body. He was actually fine. How on earth did this brat cultivate his physical body? While Zhang Chu was trembling in fear, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of him. He did not dodge at all. He just punched towards Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu gritted his teeth and punched towards Lin Feng. Bang! Both sides fiercely hit each other. A dull and powerful collision sound came out. This was completely a collision of flesh with flesh, full of explosive power. Zhang Chu was forced back 3 steps by Lin Feng. He already showed the intention to retreat. Such an abnormal body, he was not a match at all. In this kind of life and death battle, how could there be the slightest intention to retreat? Once the intention to retreat was born, his fighting spirit would be instantly disintegrated, and at that time his combat strength would sharply decrease. On the other hand, Lin Feng became more and more courageous. He stepped forward, his body exuding a powerful aura enveloping Zhang Chu. Lin Feng quickly approached Zhang Chu's side. He punched toward Zhang Chu 1 punch after another. Both sides continuously collided with each other for more than 10 times. Finally, Lin Feng found an opportunity. His fist hit Zhang Chu's chin. His face was almost smashed. His body flew upside down. Lin Feng bounced up and kicked his leg. Along with a loud bang, Lin Feng's leg fiercely hit Zhang Chu's abdomen. Zhang Chu's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He vomited blood in midair, fell to the ground, and fainted. How is this possible? Xingming, who was fighting Lin Feng's Qiongqi clone, saw that Lin Feng had dealt with Lu Yu so quickly. Zhang Chu and Zhang Chu's faces became extremely gloomy. After repelling the Qiongqi clone, Xingming rushed outside. Clearly, he did not want to fight Lin Feng here. He had already seen that Lin Feng was an invincible existence in the forbidden space, but once he was out of the forbidden space, he would be able to use his spiritual power to crush this brat as easily as crushing an ant. Xingming's idea was not bad, but Lin Feng did not give Xingming a chance. His speed was faster than Xingming's. In a few breaths' time, Lin Feng had already caught up to Xingming, his fist flying towards him. Xingming was shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng's speed to be so fast. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Xingming had no choice but to deal with Lin Feng, his fist flying towards Lin Feng. A muffled sound of collision rang out as Lin Feng and Xingming collided. While the two were fighting, the Qiongqi clone had already silently hidden behind Xingming, waving his sharp claws and slapping toward Xingming. That terrifying attack was extremely powerful. At this time, Xingming felt a chill run down his spine. Although he did not see the Qiongqi clone attack him, he had already guessed it, so he wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The Qiongqi clone's huge claw ruthlessly slapped Xingming's body. Xingming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Asterisk kacha kacha. Asterisk, he didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't move at all. Lin Feng waved his hand at the Cheongqi clone, and the Cheongqi clone immediately turned into a ray of light and flew into Lin Feng's body. Next, Lin Feng coldly looked at Xingming, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In any case, there was no one else here, so he might as well deal with these people, thought Lin Feng as he threw himself at Xingming. Xingming could sense Lin Feng's killing intent, and he shouted in fear, "I'm from an ancient family. If you dare touch me, you'll definitely die. Do you think I'm afraid of your threats?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Just as he was about to kill Xingming, a cold voice came from the forbidden space. "Brat, you're too impudent. Since you've obtained the treasure and injured a few people, you should leave. You actually want to silence them?" When Lin Feng heard that voice, he was forced to retreat. His expression was grim. An expert's divine sense had entered the forbidden space. That expert was most likely an extremely heaven-defying expert. "All right, I'll give Senior some face and spare these people." Lin Feng nodded. He did not want to offend such a powerful expert. That expert clearly knew that he had stolen a 9-dragon fruit, but didn't seem to want to kill him for it. Lin Feng sighed in relief. If that expert had wanted to harm him, it would have been disastrous. Since that person had not killed him for the treasure, Lin Feng had to give him some face and spare Xingming and the others. Lin Feng flew outside. He did not leave through the entrance he had come out of. Instead, he left through a side peak. There were fewer people there, so it would be easier to escape. After Lin Feng came out, he disappeared into the forest. "Senior sister, look. It's just as you expected. That brat came out alive." Lu Wuqing pointed at Lin Feng. He couldn't believe it. He had heard that some Yin-Yang realm geniuses had died, but Lin Feng, a general, had come out alive. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Sun Ziyue had discovered an exit on the side peak by chance. Even though it was small, it was big enough for one person to leave. She had thought that if Lin Feng had come out alive, he would have definitely come out from there. Even though the chances of Lin Feng coming out alive were very slim, Sun Ziyue would not give up on trapping Lin Feng. Therefore, she had waited nearby with Lu Wuqing and the others. She had not thought that Lin Feng would actually come out alive. Sun Ziyue was very surprised. She said, "He looks like he's in a hurry. He must have obtained a treasure. Quick, take out a flying shuttle. We'll use it to chase after him." "Okay." Lu Wuqing nodded and took out a palm-sized boat. He poured his true qi into it, and it quickly grew to 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others jumped into the boat. It was the flying shuttle that Sun Ziyue had mentioned. The flying shuttle instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the forest, chasing after Lin Feng. Chapter 402. Lin Feng had gained a lot from this trip to the forbidden space. Even though he had only obtained 1 9-dragon fruit, it was already heaven-defying enough. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Moreover, it was rumored that 1 9-dragon fruit could extend one's lifespan by 800 years. Lin Feng didn't know whether this was true or not, but he guessed that this legend should be true. If Lin Feng refined the 9-dragon fruit, his lifespan would increase to around 1,000 years, which would immediately become 1,000 years. The kings, princes, imperial concubines, and other nobles of the secular world were called 1,000 years old. But in reality, how could they be 1,000 years old? They only had a few dozen or 100 years of lifespan. Only cultivators at the Yin-Yang realm could truly live 1,000 years. If Lin Feng refined the 9-dragon fruit, he could also reach that level of lifespan. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to refine it because the 9-dragon fruit was too precious. Moreover, Lin Feng believed that with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he reached the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, he wouldn't need to waste the 9-dragon fruit, and his lifespan would already be 1,000 years. Lin Feng was like a nimble ape running through the forest. Each time he jumped, he would cross 40 to 50 meters. But at that moment, Lin Feng heard a rumbling sound. Behind him, a small boat was quickly approaching. That boat was moving as fast as lightning. What's that? Lin Feng was shocked. A flying treasure. Brat, you won't be able to escape today. A cold sneer came from the flying shuttle. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard that voice. It was Lu Wuqing's voice. Lu Wuqing, Sun Ziwe, and the others naturally left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Lu Wuqing was an insignificant person. Although his cultivation wasn't weak, he could only be crushed by Lin Feng. The main reason was that Sun Ziwe was unfathomable. She had already reached the Martial King realm, and she should be a high-level Martial King. Lin Feng's current cultivation, the archaic divine Emperor Qiongqi's clone, and his secret soul technique should be able to deal with a low-level Martial King. However, if he were to face a high-level Martial King, he would be at a great disadvantage. After all, Lin Feng's cultivation hadn't increased yet. Brat, once I catch you, I'll crush your bones. A gloomy voice came from Lu Wuqing's fellow disciples. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. The conflict between Lin Feng and Lu Wuqing was initially because Lu Wuqing had attacked Lin Feng and Sikong Jiayu by surprise and had been injured by Lin Feng. But Lu Wuqing and the others wanted to kill Lin Feng even more. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Lin Feng unfolded his golden wings and quickly flew away. The flying shuttle behind him was also extremely fast. It wasn't easy to get rid of it. The two sides, one running and one chasing, flew quickly through the forest. Even with my speed, I can't get rid of the flying shuttle. It seems like it's a flying treasure. Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Feng didn't know where Sun Ziwe, Lu Wuqing, and the others came from, but Lin Feng was very clear about one thing. They must have come from a great power. Brat, if you stop and give me the treasure you obtained from the forbidden space, I'll spare your life. How about it? At that moment, Sun Ziwe's voice suddenly came from the flying shuttle. She seemed to have already defeated Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. She wanted him to hand over the 9 dragon fruit? Was there something wrong with this woman's brain? Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Lin Feng's face was filled with coldness and killing intent. He replied, "If I were you, I'd get lost as far as possible, because soon you won't be able to escape even if you want to. You're about to die and you're still boasting shamelessly. Let's see how we'll torture you when we catch you." Lu Wuqing's face began to twist. "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll have to kill you mercilessly." Sun Ziwe's enchanting and beautiful face was filled with cold, killing intent. Although this woman was beautiful, she was a femme fatale. He killed decisively, and his attacks were extremely ruthless. Whoosh! The flying shuttle suddenly sped up and quickly chased after Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was even faster. He hadn't used his fastest speed yet. When the sky was completely dark, Lin Feng rushed into a huge gorge. The sky was already dark, so visibility outside was already very low, not to mention inside the gorge. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. When Lin Feng entered the gorge, Sun Ziwe, Lu Wuqing, and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They realized that they had lost track of Lin Feng's aura. That brat must be hiding here. Lu Wuqing gnashed his teeth and said, "Boom!" At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from above. "Oh no, it's a huge rock!" A cultivator cried out in alarm. In the sky, a huge rock was falling rapidly, smashing towards the flying shuttle. It must be that brat. Lu Wuqing's expression was gloomy, and he quickly controlled the flying shuttle to avoid the huge rock. However, one boulder after another fell from the sky and smashed towards the flying shuttle. The canyon was thousands of meters wide. One could imagine how terrifying the power of a boulder falling from the sky would be. This was because the destructive power of objects falling from the sky would increase exponentially. Although the flying shuttle kept dodging, it was still hit by a huge rock. Its formation was destroyed, and it quickly rolled in the air. The flying shuttle was a flying treasure, and its strength was that it could fly extremely fast. However, it didn't have any offensive power, and its defensive power was also very low. When the huge rock hit it, the flying shuttle was already damaged. At the same time, Lin Feng had already stealthily approached the flying shuttle. He released the Cheongqi clone and ordered it to attack the flying shuttle with huge rocks above the gorge, while he used the dark concealment technique to hide in the darkness, ready to attack the flying shuttle at any time. Finally, the flying shuttle was heavily damaged by the huge rock, and it kept rolling in the air. Lin Feng knew that his opportunity had come, and he quickly stealthily approached the flying shuttle with the black dragon's sword in hand. Then, Lin Feng jumped out of the darkness and fiercely attacked the flying shuttle. All of Lin Feng's strength was concentrated in his sword. The spirit of the black dragon sword had been awakened and was emitting a resonant dragon chant. A precious weapon, even if it wasn't a defensive weapon, was still extremely sturdy. However, the black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand was extremely powerful. Oh no! Inside the flying shuttle, Sun Ziwei and the others' expressions changed drastically. Sun Ziwei screamed in terror, "Hurry up and get out!" The others also felt the qi outside, and their expressions became unsightly. They wanted to rush out of the flying shuttle, but it was already too late. Clang! Lin Feng's sword attack, which had gathered all of his strength, reached the peak of its power, and with a sonorous sound, it fiercely bombarded the flying shuttle. Crack! The flying shuttle was instantly destroyed by the black dragon sword. The array on top of it fluctuated violently, and Lin Feng condensed a ball of lightning in his left hand and directly threw it into the flying shuttle. Then he quickly pushed it out. Boom! In the next moment, the ball of lightning exploded, and at the same time the flying shuttle also exploded. Ah! Incomparably miserable screams rang out. The destructive power of a level treasure's explosion was too terrifying. Lin Feng saw that the cultivators inside the flying shuttle were immediately covered in blood from the impact of the level treasure's explosion, and some were even blown to pieces. The screams stopped abruptly, and one by one, the exploded limbs fell into the depths of the dark gorge. Are they all dead? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. With a thought, the archaic divine emperor Cheongqi's clone, which was hidden above the gorge, turned into a stream of light and sank into Lin Feng's body. At that moment, a golden light quickly flew into the distance. The golden light wrapped around an enchanting figure, and surprisingly it was Sun Ziwei. She hadn't been killed by the explosion, but she was clearly injured, and she quickly fled into the distance. Chapter 403. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng roared and quickly chased after Sun Shidong. He naturally wouldn't let Sun Shidong go. If he didn't get rid of her now, she would become a huge threat to him. The world of cultivators was filled with intrigue and deception. Sometimes it was necessary to be heartless. If you sympathized with others, you would often die miserably. It was fine if you died, but you had to think about your loved ones. Would they be implicated? Most of the time, we didn't just live for ourselves, but also for our loved ones. That was why we had to live freely and live for a long time. Lin Feng's heart gradually grew cold. He sped up, and the distance between him and Sun Shidong grew closer and closer. Under the night sky, Sun Shidong's face was very pale. She had suffered a heavy blow and was heavily injured. It was difficult for her to fight against Lin Feng. Sun Shidong was filled with hatred. Her side clearly had the absolute advantage, but they had fallen at Lin Feng's hands. She could feel the terrifying killing intent behind her enveloping her. Only now did Sun Shidong realize how big of a mistake they had made. They had always thought that the young man's cultivation wasn't high, so he wasn't a threat. But now that she thought about it, that wasn't the case. That young man had been caught off guard by Lu Wuqing's sneak attack. But not only had he not been injured, he had even managed to injure Lu Wuqing. Then he had stolen a violet jade snake grass from a place where many experts had gathered in the Demon Snake mountain range. He had come and gone as he pleased in a forbidden space where a Yin Yang realm expert had died. He had even seemed to have obtained a treasure. Even if his cultivation wasn't high, his strength was absolutely terrifying. He couldn't be underestimated by ordinary people. If they had noticed this earlier, they wouldn't have clashed with him. But now it was too late. Sun Shidong took a few healing pills, and she felt a lot more comfortable. The effects of these healing pills were excellent, but it was very unrealistic to want to heal the injuries in a short period of time and recover one's strength. Sun Shidong took a deep breath and said, "Is there a need for us to force each other to the death? How about we each take a step back today?" Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Take a step back? How can you be so shameless? You have the nerve to say such words? You." Sun Shidong was furious. She said, coldly, "Even if I'm injured, I'm still a martial king. My cultivation is higher than yours. If I really fight with my life on the line, it's hard to say who will win." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He naturally understood what Sun Shidong said. Even so, Lin Feng would not choose to retreat. This was the best opportunity to deal with Sun Shidong. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too difficult to find another one. Lin Feng quickly chased after Sun Shidong. Without saying anything, he directly activated the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, condensing a dense lightning power and attacking Sun Shidong. Sun Shidong's beautiful face was extremely ugly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to insist on taking her life. Sun Shidong bit her pale lips and slapped out with her palm. A large energy palm condensed in the air and slapped towards the lightning power that was attacking her. At the same time, strands of earth chi appeared on the surface of Sun Shidong's body. These strands of earth chi wrapped around her body. Lin Feng knew that this was earth chi transformed from true chi into earth chi after fusing with earth chi. Earth chi had a stronger offensive and defensive power than ordinary true chi. Although it couldn't compare to the magic power of a yin-yang realm cultivator, it was still incomparable to true chi. This was also a technique unique to martial kings. Bang! Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning art showed its power and broke Sun Shidong's energy palm. Although Sun Shidong was powerful, she was still injured. How much strength could she display? 10%, 20%, or 30%? The current Sun Shidong was simply not Lin Feng's opponent. After breaking Sun Shidong's energy palm, the lightning power condensed by the Sky Tyrant Lightning art swept Sun Shidong's body. Sun Shidong was swept away, but the earth chi around her protected her, so she didn't suffer too much damage. However, such a strong impact still affected Sun Shidong. Sun Zia's face became even paler. She gritted her teeth and sped up. Lin Feng quickly chased after Sun Shidong. Lin Feng said, "Why struggle? You can't escape from me now. You're ruthless enough to kill a delicate beauty like me? How can you be so cold-hearted?" Sun Zia said coldly, If I'm cold-hearted, then you're a snake." Lin Feng curled his lips. Sun Shidong knew that no matter what she said, Lin Feng wouldn't let her go, so she sped up. Suddenly, she heard the sound of water flowing. A huge waterfall appeared in front of her, and under the waterfall was a huge pool. Sun Shidong's eyes lit up. She quickly rushed down and fell into the pool below. Lin Feng also quickly rushed into the pool. Suddenly, Sun Shidong emerged from the pool. Her entire body was soaked. Her clothes were sticking to her delicate body, revealing her perfect figure. Lin Feng could clearly see how alluring her proud twin peaks were. "You're dead." Sun Shidong's expression was indifferent. She repeatedly made hand seals, and an astonishing fluctuation was transmitted from the pool. Then a whirlpool condensed, and those whirlpools directly enveloped Lin Feng. Spirit Array Technique. You're also a Spirit Array Master. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Sun Shidong proudly said, "That's right, I'm also a high yellow stage Spirit Array Master." The Spirit Array Technique I condensed is called the Water Whirlpool Spirit Array Technique. It forms a huge whirlpool in the water and imprisons the person trapped in the whirlpool. Then, I can launch a sure-kill attack." As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Shidong's movements became faster and faster. The whirlpool in Lin Feng's hand also became stronger and stronger. He seemed to be imprisoned by the huge whirlpool, unable to move. Sun Shidong's charming face revealed an extremely cold expression. She quickly swam towards Lin Feng and arrived in front of him. She attacked Lin Feng with her palm, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Lin Feng was imprisoned by the whirlpool to take his life. However, just as Sun Shidong was extremely pleased with herself and thought that she was about to succeed, suddenly, the whirlpool that imprisoned Lin Feng directly collapsed. In the next moment, Sun Shidong felt threads wrap around her body. Sun Shidong violently struggled, but the more she struggled, the tighter she was bound. She could no longer move. She finally cried out in horror, "No, how is this possible?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you that I should be a profound stage spirit array master now." Chapter 404. Lin Feng's soul power had already reached the 7th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. Such a powerful soul power was enough for him to become a profound rank spirit array master and profound rank alchemist. However, Lin Feng lacked practice in spirit array techniques, and he didn't test his spirit array master and alchemist grade. Thus, he couldn't be sure of his exact grade. However, Lin Feng felt that he should be close to reaching the profound rank. Sun Ziyue's spirit array technique was like displaying one slight skill before an expert in front of Lin Feng. It would be easy for her to escape. When Sun Ziyue used her spirit array technique to imprison him, Lin Feng pretended to be imprisoned by Sun Ziyue. When Sun Ziyue came to his side and wanted to get rid of him, Lin Feng broke her spirit array technique and used the entanglement technique to bind Sun Ziyue. Of course, Sun Ziyue was very powerful. Not only was she powerful, but she was also a spirit array master. If it was someone else, their head would have been separated from their body. However, Sun Ziyue was facing Lin Feng, so her fate was sealed. Lin Feng lightly tapped Sun Ziyue's body. The earth energy that Sun Ziyue condensed was instantly dispersed. Sun Ziyue wouldn't be able to use the power in her body for a short period of time. Sun Ziyue's pretty face became extremely pale. She tried her best to calm herself down, but she realized that her heart was filled with fear and despair. Sun Ziyue never thought that there would be a day when she would die at the hands of a martial general. "Perhaps we can negotiate. As long as you let me go, I can promise you anything." Sun Ziyue didn't want to give up. She didn't want to die. She looked pitifully at Lin Feng. It had to be said that beautiful women had a natural advantage. Sun Ziyue's beautiful face, coupled with her pitiful and tearful expression, made Lin Feng's heart waver. It would be a pity to kill such a beauty. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Ziyue. He saw that she was completely soaked. Her hair was stuck to her snow-white skin, and her clothes were clinging to her body. Her face, figure, and pitiful expression made Lin Feng feel an evil fire burning in his dantian. What are you doing?" Sun Ziyue seemed to feel Lin Feng's evil gaze, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. She knew that her face and figure were extremely lethal to men. Lin Feng grabbed Sun Ziyue and said with a cold smile, "Didn't you want to make a deal with me? I can agree to make a deal with you now. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than make such a dirty deal with you." Sun Ziyue's pretty face was pale. She could guess what Lin Feng wanted to make, but she definitely wouldn't accept it. It's not up to you now." Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't feel any sympathy for Sun Ziyue. This woman had wanted to kill him. If she didn't have such a beautiful face and such a hot body, she would have already died. But now he was giving her a chance to live. Lin Feng hugged Sun Ziyue's hot body. "No, let go of me." Sun Ziyue struggled, but she couldn't use her strength anymore. Lin Feng carried Sun Ziyue to a rock. Lin Feng pressed Sun Ziyue against the rock, allowing the water to wash over their bodies. Sun Ziyue panicked and turned her head shouting in fear, "No, change your conditions. I'll agree to anything." But soon, she was about to faint from the pain. It was too late. After a violent storm, Sun Ziwa, who had been ravaged half to death, lay on the smooth rock with her clothes in tatters. "Woman, remember, don't provoke me again." His cold voice resounded in Sun Ziwa's ears, waking her up. Sun Ziwa's body was curled up. She was still in pain, as if she wanted to take revenge. That bastard hadn't treated her with any pity at all. Sun Ziwa's misty eyes gradually regained their focus, and she looked at Lin Feng with hatred. But she didn't say anything. She buried her hatred in her heart. Phew! After entering the forest, Lin Feng changed into a clean set of clothes and took a deep breath. After Sun Ziwa, Lin Feng felt that the repressed brutality in his heart had been completely released. This made Lin Feng feel relaxed. Although he felt a little guilty towards Sun Ziwa, Lin Feng quickly put it to the back of his mind. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. If Sun Ziwa hadn't tried to kill him time and time again, how could she have ended up like this? Lin Feng continued to rush towards the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. He still had to find the third bluestone martial talisman. This was very important to Lin Feng. If he could find the third bluestone martial talisman, Lin Feng's martial spirit would evolve a second time. On this day, a celestial light streaked across the sky, illuminating the world. That celestial light contained a shocking fluctuation that alarmed many people. Immortal treasure, Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually this immortal treasure. In the past, many people had chased after this immortal treasure. They were even besieged by demon Dao experts because of this immortal treasure. Those 5 yin-yang experts might have been killed by Purgatory Archdevil. It was also that incident that led to the separation of Lin Feng and Sikong Jiewe. Now, this immortal treasure had reappeared. This immortal treasure is really strange. After so long, no one has been able to snatch it. What kind of treasure is it? Lin Feng muttered. Many people chased after this immortal treasure. It was clearly a unique treasure that made many people go crazy. Lin Feng also chased after it. He hid in the forest and took out the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to use it to snatch this immortal treasure. Whoosh! The immortal treasure was enveloped by the heaven-devouring jar's powerful devouring power and quickly flew towards it. Success! Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, but it was still a failure. The immortal treasure emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation that swept the heaven-devouring jar away. Lin Feng thought that it was ridiculous. After all, the heaven-devouring jar was incomplete, so it couldn't release its true power. In the end, the immortal treasure escaped. Lin Feng wasn't willing to let the immortal treasure escape. He quickly chased after it, but very quickly, Lin Feng's expression became unsightly because he saw a cultivator in the distance, looking at him with murderous intent. A terrifying qi enveloped him. The old man in green robes. It was the old devil. Ever since Lin Feng had cut off one of his arms, the old devil had been itching to cut Lin Feng into pieces every night. Now that he finally saw Lin Feng again, he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. "Little bastard, I want you dead." The old devil roared, "Netherworld, ghost claw." Rumble. A huge ghost claw the size of a dozen mu condensed in the air and grabbed towards Lin Feng. Danger! Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed when he saw the Netherworld ghost claw descend from the sky and grab him. Chapter 405. Look, it's the mysterious demon ancestor. He's a big shot of the devil Dao. Hurry up and hide. I don't know who cut off this old devil's arm, but he's completely crazy now. Who knows how many people he killed in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils? Who's that kid? He actually provoked this old devil. Looks like he's dead for sure. Many cultivators who were chasing after immortal treasures cried out in alarm when they saw the green-robed old man. It turned out that this old devil's name was the mysterious demon ancestor. The huge nether ghost claw condensed and emitted a suffocating pressure. Lin Feng had the feeling he was going to die. This was the lethality of a yin-yang expert's divine ability. It was too terrifying. Once a secret technique reached the divine ability level, it could only display its true power by using magic power. For example, Lin Feng's secret techniques, such as the Great Heaven Covering Hand, the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art, the immemorial Cheongqi Treasure Technique, and so on, were far from displaying their true power. Facing the mysterious demon ancestor's attack, Lin Feng only felt suffocated. The mysterious demon ancestor's strength was too terrifying. Lin Feng knew that he was no match for the mysterious demon ancestor at his current stage, not to mention a general realm cultivator. Even a martial king realm cultivator would be as weak as an ant in front of an old devil like the mysterious demon ancestor who had lived for thousands of years. The huge nether ghost claw grabbed towards Lin Feng. The terrifying aura emitted by the nether ghost claw made it difficult for Lin Feng to move. This made his expression extremely unsightly. Was he really going to die at the hands of the mysterious demon ancestor? Lin Feng was naturally unwilling. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Feng crazily circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Immemorial dragonesque elephant, sacred emperor Bao. A monstrous qi emerged from the claw, and in a flash, Lin Feng could sense that the gigantic pressure brought by the claw had disappeared like smoke in thin air. The immemorial dragonesque elephant art was worthy of being the #1 taboo divine ability of the immemorial era. Lin Feng was only a general realm cultivator, but he was actually able to break the pressure of a yin-yang expert's aura. Swish, swish. Then, a pair of golden wings appeared on Lin Feng's back. It was the golden body wings. He quickly flapped his golden wings and flew into the distance. Boom! That nether ghost claw fiercely clawed at him, but Lin Feng had already taken the lead. The nether ghost claw instantly destroyed a large part of the forest. Lin Feng turned into a stream of light as fast as lightning, flying madly into the distance. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That brat is only a general. How did he dodge Patriarch Black Demon's attack? Yeah, that's unbelievable. Look, that brat is so fast. Many people were shocked because Lin Feng's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of sight. The Xian Mo Patriarch roared furiously and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Brat, you can't escape. Even if I don't do anything, I'll still kill you. The Xian Mo Patriarch's voice was filled with hatred. His face was distorted. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was too difficult to deal with this old devil. If they fought a battle of attrition, he would definitely lose. Forbidden space. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He thought of the mysterious and terrifying forbidden space. If he lured the old devil into the forbidden space, it would weaken the old devil's magic power. Lin Feng was convinced that with his physical strength he would be able to oppress the old devil and kill him in the forbidden space. Swoosh! Thinking about that, Lin Feng flew in the direction of the forbidden space. The old devil laughed. The old demon laughed in a strange way. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. Old turtle, you're shameless. You've been cultivating for thousands of years, but you're chasing me, an 18-year-old boy. Lin Feng cursed. The Xian Mo Patriarch roared, Little bastard, I don't care how old you are. I just want to tear you to pieces. The Xian Mo Patriarch's voice was filled with hatred and hatred. It was Lin Feng. He had destroyed the demonic banner he had spent 800 years refining. It was Lin Feng. He had cut off one of his arms. Besides, the most important thing was that Lin Feng was only a cultivator of the general layer. He was a yin-yang cultivator, but he had been ambushed by an ant-like general cultivator. This was a deep humiliation for the Xian Mo Patriarch. This humiliation had already become a demon in the Xian Mo Patriarch's heart. The The Xian Mo patriarch knew that if he didn't kill Lin Feng quickly, his demon would grow deeper and deeper. He might even lose control and die a miserable death. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He quickly flew in the direction of the forbidden space, but when Lin Feng arrived, his expression changed drastically. The forbidden space had already disappeared. The Xian Mo patriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you want to lure me to the forbidden space? Let me tell you, the forbidden space can only exist for 10 days each time it appears. After 10 days, it will disappear. After 100 years, it will appear again." Lin Feng's expression sank. He hadn't thought that there would be such a thing. When he saw Lin Feng's expression become even more unsightly, the Xian Mo patriarch became even more pleased. "You won't be able to escape. Stop right now, and I'll give you a quick death. How about that? Die my ass. Old devil, just you wait. I'll cut you to pieces sooner or later." Lin Feng pursed his lips. He didn't want to admit defeat. The old devil was extremely strong, but so what? He couldn't accept it. "You're still so stubborn. Let's see how you'll die when I catch you." The old devil laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng fled like crazy. The old devil chased after him. After a day and a night, Lin Feng felt exhausted. "Brat, you've slowed down a lot. I'll catch you soon. Do you know how miserable your death will be?" The Xian Mo patriarch's arrogant voice came from behind him. Lin Feng wasn't someone who gave up easily. After flying for about 100 li, Lin Feng saw a mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was very quiet. There weren't any ferocious birds or beasts. Lin Feng didn't know where it was, but he could sense an endless amount of killing intent coming from that mountain range. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. If I die, I might as well try my best. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and rushed towards that mysterious mountain range. He rushed into the mountain range and saw a gigantic valley. The terrifying killing intent was coming from that valley. The Xian Mo patriarch was already behind him. Lin Feng didn't care about anything else. He rushed towards the valley, but at that moment, a destructive qi spread out from the valley. "Someone dares to enter the weapon burial valley? Are you here to die?" A voice filled with boundless killing intent spread out. Then, a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lin Feng as he rushed towards the valley. Crack, crack! Lin Feng was astonished when he realized that the terrifying energies surrounded him. His body started to crack like a piece of porcelain. There were countless cracks all over his body. Chapter 406. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. Lin Feng's body was cracking bit by bit, as if it could shatter at any moment. This was the same situation as when Lin Feng saw the body of the young expert from the Myriad Sword sect shatter in the forbidden spell space. However, this time, the person whose body was about to shatter was Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the aura of death envelop his body. That feeling almost suffocated him. He had never felt such fear before. The murderous aura emanating from the valley could actually take a person's life. The Weapon Burial Valley was such a terrifying place. It was rumored that it was a forbidden area in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. The divine weapons and demonic weapons of the gods and demons that died in the ancient Great War were buried here. Too many divine weapons and demonic weapons were buried here, causing a terrifying change to occur here. In the past, there were still cultivators who would enter the valley to take the risk to search for divine weapons and demonic weapons. However, no one dared to enter the valley anymore. Most of the cultivators who entered had died tragically in the Weapon Burial Valley. Only 1 or 2 people were lucky enough to come out alive. The Weapon Burial Valley is too convenient for this brat. Seeing Lin Feng's body crumbling bit by bit, the black demon ancestor's expression was cold. He didn't approach, instead watching everything with cold eyes. He was waiting for Lin Feng to be killed by the murderous aura in the Weapon Burial Valley. However, the black demon ancestor wasn't willing to let Lin Feng die like this. Even so, he didn't dare to enter the Weapon Burial Valley. This wasn't the first time the black demon ancestor had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Therefore, he knew how terrifying the Weapon Burial Valley was. If he could avoid it, he would do his best to avoid it. Archean dragonesque elephant art. Lin Feng roared as he madly circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Archean dragonesque elephant's power poured out endlessly, enveloping Lin Feng's body. His body was rapidly being repaired. Ah! Lin Feng roared. Bang! He charged into the Weapon Burial Valley, and the murderous aura instantly dissipated. What? He actually managed to break through the killing intent in the Weapon Burial Valley? The Xian Mo ancestor's face was gloomy. He took out a flying sword and slashed it at Lin Feng. It was a demonic sword, and it instantly entered the Weapon Burial Valley. Crack! However, the moment the demonic sword entered the Weapon Burial Valley, it instantly shattered. This was a demonic sword at the level of a bejeweled weapon, but it could not withstand the corrosion of the Weapon Burial Valley. The Weapon Burial Valley was said to be the place where weapons were buried. It was indeed so. When the Black Demon Patriarch saw Lin Feng rush into the depths of the Weapon Burial Valley, he gritted his teeth and followed suit. He did not believe that Lin Feng, a cultivator in the martial general realm, could withstand the killing intent of the Weapon Burial Valley. How could he, a cultivator in the Yin-Yang realm, not be able to withstand it? However, the Black Demon Patriarch did not know that everyone who entered the Weapon Burial Valley had different killing intent. The killing intent was different according to one's cultivation. When the Black Demon Patriarch rushed into the Weapon Burial Valley, the killing intent he had to endure was 100 times stronger than Lin Feng's. Kacha! The Black Demon Patriarch's body began to crack. Poof! 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 Following that, bloody holes appeared on the Black Demon Patriarch's body. Ah! The Black Demon Patriarch roared in anger and fear. He could feel his life slipping away and the smell of death. He did not know how many years it had been since he had felt this. Only now did the Black Demon Patriarch realize how terrifying the Weapon Burial Valley was. Break! The Black Demon Patriarch roared. His battle strength was heaven-defying. He forcefully tore through the killing intent of the Weapon Burial Valley and escaped. At that moment, the Black Demon Patriarch was covered in blood. His face was extremely gloomy. His injuries were very serious, but even so he did not leave. He sat cross-legged outside, healing his injuries while waiting for Lin Feng to come out. This old thing is blocking the exit. Let me see if there's any other way out. Lin Feng frowned. Flying was forbidden in this place because there were so many restrictive spells. Once someone touched one of those restrictive spells, they would be instantly killed. Lin Feng continued walking until he reached a fork in the road. However, at that moment, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying qi coming from the left side of the valley. Someone actually managed to break in. Haha, that's great. Human flesh. I've forgotten what it tastes like. A gloomy voice came from the valley, and then a huge yellow cauldron rushed out. The yellow cauldron was filled with an evil aura. What's that? A weapon can talk? Lin Feng was astonished. Even if a weapon had a weapon spirit, it only had a very simple consciousness. But that earthen yellow cauldron was clearly speaking the human language. We all love human flesh. Don't even think about taking it for yourself. Another cold laugh was heard. Following that, a blood-red blade flew out. It could also talk. Blood-red blade, demonic cauldron. You think too highly of yourselves. We don't even know who this boy will belong to, said another voice. A third voice rang out, and a jade ruler flew out. Hee. Whoever is faster will eat his flesh, said a fourth voice. Boom! A terrifying qi came from the depths of the valley. Very quickly, hundreds of godly and demonic weapons rushed out. Nobody can take it from me. The cauldron roared and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Eat. Eat that boy's flesh. The other godly and demonic weapons went crazy as well. They were like demons that wanted to devour people. They were too terrifying. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons could all speak. Their chi was even more terrifying than the one before. Furthermore, these demonic armaments had a special characteristic, which was that they were all broken. For example, the cauldron was missing more than half. The blood-red blade had obviously been broken in two. Only half of it was left. But even though it was broken, it was terrifying. However, it was still extremely terrifying. For some unknown reason, these divine weapons and demonic weapons all possessed complete thoughts. Clearly, they had all become extremely evil. Lin Feng turned around and ran towards the valley. "Chase him! Don't let him in!" shouted the cauldron anxiously. Boom! 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 The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons all released terrifying attacks towards Lin Feng. The attacks were too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that even an almighty human would be killed in an instant. Swoosh! Lin Feng opened his golden wings with all his strength. He pushed his speed to the limit and rushed towards the valley. Rumble! At that moment, the godly and demonic weapons attacks followed the path and disappeared into the void. Lin Feng narrowly dodged their attacks. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons moved back and forth in the valley where Lin Feng was. The cauldron shouted, "Little boy, hurry up and come out. The place you're in is even more terrifying. If you don't come out, you'll die." "That's right. Hurry up and come out. If you fall into our hands, at most you'll be eaten. If you fall into the hands of that guy, you'll be begging for death. That guy enslaves souls. Your body will be destroyed, and your soul will be enslaved by that guy. You'll be in endless pain, and you'll wish you were dead," said Blood-Red Knife gloomily. "Do you believe that I won't eat you?" said a deep and gloomy voice from the depths of the valley. As the voice spread, the entire valley turned black. Black fog rolled in all directions. Nobody knew what was hiding in the depths of the valley. Run! When the hundreds of godly and demonic weapons saw that the being in the depths of the valley had come back to life, they all screamed in fear and ran back to their own valleys. Lin Feng looked at the depths of the valley in astonishment. The hundreds of godly and demonic weapons were terrifying. How could they be so frightened by the being in the depths of the valley? What was in the depths of the valley? Lin Feng quickly ran outside, but a terrifying strength swept over and bombarded Lin Feng, pushing him back into the valley. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale, and he even coughed up blood. Lin Feng was astonished. The valley had been sealed, and he was trapped here by the unknown being. Chapter 407. Hee hee. A monstrous laughter emerged from the depths of the valley. That laughter was filled with an evil chi. It sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. Lin Feng had the feeling that his entire body was going rigid. When he heard that laughter, he had the feeling that he was in the bottom of a bottomless pit of ice. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. He didn't know what level of existence this was, but he knew that it was unimaginably terrifying. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Lin Feng became. Panicking would only lead to faster death. You're quite calm," said a hoarse voice. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so calm in front of him. Lin Feng looked at him calmly. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. Lin Feng's expression was strange, but the calmer Lin Feng was, the more interested it became. "Do you want to be eaten by me, or do you want to obtain the ability to live forever?" asked the hidden existence. Asked Lin Feng calmly. "Oh, could it be that not only will I not be eaten, but I will also gain immortality?" "Of course, but you want to sell your soul to me." That being laughed evilly. "But you want to sell your soul to me?" Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think that's possible?" "Little boy, in the past, there were people like you who fell into this place. They said they couldn't sell their souls to me, but in the end, all of them obediently offered their souls to me. I ate their bodies, but their souls were immortal," said Lin Feng. That existence let out a strange laugh. Lin Feng asked, "Where are they now?" The existence laughed strangely again and said, "They went to a place that everyone yearns for." Lin Feng sneered. The divine soldiers and demon soldiers had said that the terrifying existence in the valley was extremely evil and vicious. It destroyed people's bodies and enslaved their souls. Those who had sold their souls to it had probably been eaten by it already. Boy, what do you think? If you obey me, I won't mistreat you. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll make you regret being born in this world, said the mysterious existence. The mysterious existence in the depths spoke once more. His voice was filled with piercingly cold killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent. I want to see if you can destroy my body. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, I'll let you know the consequences of going against my will. A cold voice came from the depths. Swoosh! Next, a demonic light rushed towards Lin Feng. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. With a thought, Lin Feng took out his natal treasure. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp floated above Lin Feng. Primal Chaos Origin Qi descended, protecting Lin Feng, and protected him. Bang! The light slammed into the Primal Chaos Origin Qi formed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng was sent flying along with the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng slammed into the wall. He felt as if all his bones were about to break. The attack from the mysterious existence was too terrifying. The Primal Chaos Origin Qi formed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was about to dissipate. What? A treasure forged from Primal Chaos Origin Qi? The existence in the depths was clearly shocked. He asked, "Where did you get the Primal Chaos Ancestral Aura?" Let me out, and I'll tell you. What do you think of this deal? Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and grinned. Humph! A cold voice came from the mysterious existence. I'll know once I devour you. Your Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp is a great supplement to me. You were such a great future star, but now you're going to become my food, said the strong cultivator in the depths of the cave. Demon Qi rose up in the air and moved towards Lin Feng. Just a single strand of demonic aura had injured Lin Feng. The Primal Chaos Origin Qi formed by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was almost destroyed as well. Now the demonic aura was sweeping over. Clearly, the mysterious existence wanted to destroy Lin Feng and devour Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng knew that there was no way he could block this attack. It was too terrifying. It wasn't something he could fight against at his level. Even if a major character came, he would probably be killed instantly. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and tried to activate the demonic orb, hoping that it would be useful at a critical moment. However, Lin Feng was depressed because the demonic orb didn't move at all. No matter how hard he tried, Lin Feng couldn't summon it. He then tried to summon the Xianming demonic book. Although he didn't know what secrets it hid, the fact that it could fight against the demonic orb meant that it was a terrifying existence. However, Lin Feng couldn't activate the Xianming demonic book. This was too much. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At that moment, the Holy Emperor Stone started to vibrate violently. Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't activated the Holy Emperor Stone. Of the three treasures, the Saint King Stone was definitely the last to be considered because it was just too strange. Every time he tried to activate the Saint King Stone, he would be tormented by it until he hovered between life and death. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. Therefore, Lin Feng had always been in awe of the Holy Emperor Stone. Lin Feng was also very cautious. However, Lin Feng hadn't thought that the Holy Emperor Stone would release such shocking vibrations on its own. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Holy Emperor Stone flew out and floated above Lin Feng. This time, the Holy Emperor Stone didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng's body. Perhaps it had a lot to do with the fact that the Holy Emperor Stone had flown out on its own. When the endless demonic light surged, the Holy Emperor Stone's blood-red light soared into the sky and instantly destroyed the demonic light. Then the Holy Emperor's stone flew into the air and emitted a terrifying aura. Even if 1,000 reincarnations and 10,000 tribulations descend, it will be difficult to destroy my immortal will. A deep voice came out of the Holy Emperor stone. Then, a blurry figure appeared amidst the endless blood-red light. It's you, War Saint. Damn it! Damn it! You still have a remnant of your will in this world. I will destroy your will. Suddenly, the existence in the depths of the Holy Emperor stone saw the blurry figure in the blood-red light and roared furiously. War Saint Hanfizi, one of the 100 saints of the human race in the ancient times. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. In the ancient times, during that dazzling era, the power of the human race had developed to the extreme. That was the most glorious period of the human race. 100 saints had appeared at the same time. This had never happened since the creation of the world, and War Saint Hanfizi was one of them. Chapter 408. How did the great war of gods and demons break out? Too much time had passed, and the truth had long been lost. This part of history was destined to be a secret. Countless gods and demons fell in this war, and thousands of worlds were dragged into it. Even the 3,000 states of the Tianwu continent fell into a calamity, and many ancient forces were destroyed. This was a long and drawn-out war that had lasted for thousands of years. The upheaval it had caused was unimaginable. That was until the birth of the 100 saints of the human tribe. They rose from their humble beginnings, and when the human tribe was in danger, they led the human tribe to fight against the ancient gods and demons. In the end, the great war of gods and demons was quelled by the 100 saints of the human tribe. As for the gods and ancestral demons, the 2 ancient races that started the great war of gods and demons, they disappeared in the passage of time. There were rumors that these 2 ancient and terrifying races were suppressed and sealed in a mysterious space by the 100 saints of the human tribe. There were also rumors that these 2 races retreated on their own accord to recuperate. The 100 saints of the human tribe could be said to be the greatest group of people in the history of the human tribe. When the gods and demons were at their peak, the human tribe did not have a sage emperor, so they became the sacrificial lambs of the gods and demons. They were treated like ants. The 100 saints of the human tribe helped the great Xia restore the fallen human tribe, allowing the human tribe's legacy to continue. Lin Feng had only heard of the 100 saints of the human tribe, but he had never seen them in person. Now he finally saw one of them. Lin Feng looked at the illusory figure of the War Saint Hanfizi with shock and admiration. This was an ancestor who had sacrificed his life for the human tribe. Boom! A terrifying aura came from the depths, and then an 8 trigrams cauldron shrouded in endless black fog flew out. This is that terrifying existence, the existence that the hundreds of godly weapons and demonic weapons fear. Lin Feng was shocked. The 8 trigrams cauldron was terrifying. Even though it was damaged, it still contained unimaginable power. The 8 trigrams cauldron was originally a godly weapon, but now it had turned into a demonic weapon, exuding endless demonic power. It was you who built this weapon burial valley. It was you who buried us. The 8 trigrams cauldron roared in anger and resentment, and its eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. The weapon burial valley was built by the War Saint Hanfizi. Lin Feng was moved. He had never thought that there was such a secret. Perhaps the restrictions on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons were closely related to the 100 saints of the human race. Be buried here and wait for reincarnation. An ethereal voice resounded between heaven and earth. No one knew where this voice came from. It seemed to be the voice of the War Saint, but it also didn't seem to be. That ethereal voice reverberated in the air, and it was filled with the vicissitudes of time. No, we need freedom. The 8 trigrams furnace roared, and an endless amount of killing intent emanated from it. The gods and demons are dead. We've devoured their divine will and demonic will, and we've turned into undead soldiers. You actually suppressed us for so many years. You deserve to die. This was what angered the 8 trigrams furnace. They were originally the weapons of the gods and devils. Later, the gods and devils fell in the great war of the gods and devils. As a result, a small number of divine weapons and demonic weapons devoured their masters' thoughts and completed their present transformation. Devouring evil thoughts, transforming them into vicious weapons, slaughtering the world. How can I let you leave? The war saint's voice was cold. Lin Feng's expression changed. He didn't know what was going on with this war saint. Was the sacred royal stone stained with the war saint's blood? If this was the sacred royal stone that fell from outer space, was the war saint killed by someone in outer space? The stone was stained with blood, and only a brand was left on the sacred royal stone? When he thought of this possibility, Lin Feng felt very sad. Rumor had it that the 100 saints of ancient times all met tragic ends. The 8 trigrams furnace roared angrily, "Then I'll slaughter you first today." Boom! The 8 trigrams furnace released an endless amount of demonic light that blasted towards the war saint Han Fizi. Bang! The war saint Han Fizi stood in the blood-red light and waved his right hand. He slammed his palm forward and viciously struck the 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams furnace was instantly sent flying, crashing into a mountain peak. The peak collapsed instantly. The 8 trigrams furnace roared angrily. It rushed out of the ruins, and an endless amount of demonic fog surged out. Within the demonic fog, the Qian, Ken, Zhen, Zhen, Kuan, Dui, Li, and Sun were formed. This was the so-called 8 trigrams. Qian as heaven, Kuan as earth, Zhen as thunder, Sun as wind, Zhen as mountain, Dui as lake, Ken as water, Li as fire. The 8 trigrams furnace was formed and sealed the world, pressing down on the war saint Han Fizi. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. This scene was like the end of the world. Lin Feng was shocked. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the 8 trigrams furnace's attack was. It was no wonder that the war saint Han Fizi wanted to suppress these godly demonic soldiers. These godly demonic soldiers had devoured the evil thoughts of the dead gods and demons and had completed a strange transformation. They were extremely evil. If they were allowed to escape the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, they would definitely cause a bloodbath in the 3,000 states of the Tianwu continent. Who knew how many people would be slaughtered? Break! The war saint Han Fizi attacked. He stepped forward and waved his right fist, sweeping it towards the 8 trigrams furnace. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the 8 trigrams furnace shattered. The war saint Han Fizi was terrifying. Even though it was only the last remaining brand of the blood-stained ancient stone, his combat power was still heaven-defying. He shattered the 8 trigrams furnace, one punch after another, trying to destroy it. Roar! The 8 trigrams furnace was suppressed. It seemed like the war saint Han Fizi wanted to destroy it. The 8 trigrams furnace roared furiously. Amazing, really amazing. After the Holy Emperor Stone was stained with blood, only the Tao, or Saint Han Fizi's remnant, was left. It's still so terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful the war saint Han Fizi was when he was alive. Seeing the war saint Han Fizi about to destroy the 8 trigrams furnace, Lin Feng felt his emotions surge. But soon, a sorrowful feeling filled his heart. The 100 saints of the human race had sacrificed their lives for the human race, but in the end, they had died tragically in the outer realm. These were the ancestors of the human race. Thinking about the tragic deaths of the 100 saints of the human race, Lin Feng only felt pain in his heart. What are we waiting for? The war saint Han Fizi is here. He's already dead. Only his remnant will is left. Let's destroy this remnant will. The weapon burial valley won't be able to suppress us anymore. The 8 trigrams furnace roared. Kill! Soon, a deafening battle cry came from outside. In another valley, hundreds of divine weapons and demonic weapons rushed over. Han Fizi, you've suppressed us for so many years. Today, We'll destroy your remnant, Will. Bloodblade roared. Destroy him. The giant cauldron roared as well. Endless demonic light surged in the sky. Hundreds of divine weapons and demonic weapons joined forces with the 8 trigrams furnace to attack Hanfizi. They wanted to destroy Hanfizi's remnant will completely. Chapter 409. Can Hanfizi block their attacks? Lin Feng stood in the distance, his heart filled with worry. After all, that was only the remnant will of the war Saint Hanfizi. Its power was limited, while these godly demon soldiers were abnormally terrifying. Boom! Powerful attacks gathered together. Hundreds of godly demon soldiers were attacking at the same time. How terrifying was that? The godly demon soldiers had devoured the evil will of the godly demon soldiers and had become independent existences. They roared, filled with endless killing intent. Die! The killing intent of the godly demon soldiers was almost tangible. They were too terrifying. At that moment, the war Saint Hanfizi made his move. His hands were performing a series of hand seals. Buzz! A shocking ripple radiated out from Hanfizi, the war saint. The ripple spread out fiercely. The attacks of hundreds of godly demon soldiers were all destroyed. Ah, I can't control my body. Suddenly, a godly demon soldier let out a terrified cry. It discovered that it couldn't control its body and was attacking another godly demon soldier. Me too! Next, more godly demon soldiers started shouting in fear. Very quickly, all the godly demon soldiers were affected. They couldn't control themselves and started attacking other godly demon soldiers. They instantly lost control of their bodies. Even the most powerful 8 trigrams furnace was the same. The 8 trigrams furnace was too terrifying. Its huge body slammed into the other godly demon soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the godly demon soldiers were smashed into pieces. They lost a great deal of their demonic nature, and their power was greatly reduced. Ah, spare me! Some of the godly demon soldiers screamed in fear and quickly dodged the 8 trigrams furnace. What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. Why were the godly demon soldiers attacking each other? Was it related to the war Saint Hanfizi's hand seals? Lin Feng tried to recall the war Saint Hanfizi's hand seals, but it was too complicated. Lin Feng couldn't remember it clearly, but it was definitely a heaven-defying secret technique. It had caused hundreds of godly demon soldiers to attack each other. Of course, the power of the 8 trigrams furnace also left a deep impression on Lin Feng. Mystical demonic weapons were strong to begin with, but when the furnace of 8 trigrams collided with other mystical demonic weapons, it could destroy them. From this, one could see how terrifying the furnace of 8 trigrams was. But no matter how strong they could not withstand the attacks of the war saint. Bing, it's the Bing formula of the 9 symbolic words. The furnace of 8 trigrams screamed in horror. 9 words mantra? Is this the legendary 9 words mantra? Lin Feng's mind shook violently. It was rumored that the mantra of the 9 symbolic words was the supreme secret technique of Taoism. The 9 syllables of truth were Lin, Bing, Do, Jia, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. It was said that each type of mantra represented an extremely terrifying ability. However, there were also rumors that the 9 symbolic words had already disappeared in the river of history. Now, Hanfizi was using a secret technique from the 9 symbolic words. The word Bing naturally had an inseparable relationship with Bing. When Lin Feng saw the godly demon soldiers attack each other, he was stupefied. The power of the word soldier was incredible. If he could obtain the Bing mantra, wouldn't he be able to control his opponent's weapon and kill them when he was fighting against his opponent? Just thinking about it made him excited. Ah, summon the war god. The furnace of 8 trigrams roared, and boundless light surged out. Within the demonic light, a figure appeared. It was a man wearing golden armor. He was an ancient god of the past but he had fallen during the great war of gods and demons. The furnace of 8 trigrams devoured the evil intent of this god, murmured Lin Feng. The aura of the war god was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. War Saint. The terrifying war god looked at the war saint with cold eyes. War god rending heaven. The war saint frowned, recalling the name of this god. You're just an ordinary remnant intent, while I'm an indestructible evil intent, said the man called War God Rending Heaven. His voice was extremely cold and evil. Originally, the evil intent of a god or a demon could turn into a Een spirit, but after the furnace of 8 trigrams devoured the evil intent of the War God Rending Heaven, it had recovered some of his memories. War God Rending Heaven attacked, holding the furnace of 8 trigrams. Boundless demonic light rushed out and engulfed the war saint Han Fizi. The holy emperor's stone floated in the air, its blood-red light becoming more and more dazzling. The war saint Han Fizi attacked, waving his right hand. His attack was very simple, but it tore apart War God Rending Heaven's attack. It was astonishing. Bang! The attack landed on War God Rending Heaven's body. War God Rending Heaven was blown away, his body almost exploding. War God Rending Heaven was only an evil intent, but that attack had injured him greatly. War God Rending Heaven roared furiously. The war saint's strength had exceeded War God Rending Heaven's expectations. Billions of stars, time flies, crossing time and space, turning the world upside down. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying chi surged out, sweeping the sky and the earth. An illusory world appeared in the sky. That illusory world enveloped the war saint Han Fizi. But at this moment, something terrifying happened. The illusory world turned into a world of blood. Blood-red light lingered in the sky as a figure fell from it. In the depths of the sky was a twisted mass of darkness. A sinister laugh came from that darkness. The war saint is just SOO. That voice was terrifying, like the voice of a demon from hell. Blood dyed the sky red. The body that fell from the sky was the war saint Han Fizi's body. He didn't know what terrifying existence had killed him. After all, this was an ancient saint emperor. How could he die like that? It was unbelievable. War God Rending Heaven used a secret technique to recreate the scene of the war saint's death, murmured Lin Feng. Whispered Lin Feng. He was extremely sad. That was an ancestor of the human race. He had sacrificed his life for the human race, but now he had been killed. His blood dyed the sky red. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, an eerie and terrifying voice came from the twisted ball of dark light in the depths of the sky. Boom! A beam of demonic light fell from the sky, heading straight for War Saint Han Fizi. Bam! That blow landed heavily on the body of the War Saint Han Fizi, causing his body to explode. Is the War Saint dead just like that? Lin Feng murmured. He was extremely sad. An ancestor of the human race had been mercilessly killed just like that. The War Saint had died, and that terrifying existence had disappeared without a trace. But when the War Saint's body was destroyed, there was a last drop of blood that hadn't been wiped out. It spilled on a flying rock in the starry sky, turning into a blood-stained Holy Emperor rock. Woo-woo! A sorrowful wail came from the sky, as if it was crying for the War Saint's merciless death. Chapter 410. Lin Feng found it hard to breathe. He didn't know why tears were falling. The achievements of the 100 saints of the human race were still being sung by countless people. But the War Saint Han Fizi, one of the 100 saints, had died in such a miserable manner. It really made people feel sorrowful, dismal, and sad. The sky-splitting battle god used a heaven-defying divine technique to recreate the scene of the War Saint Han Fizi's death. He wanted to use this method to bring the War Saint back to the past. The War Saint Han Fizi was immersed in that world. He didn't move at all, as if he was immersed in his sorrow and reminiscing about the past. Ashes to ashes, Dust to dust, the sky-splitting battle god murmured. He stepped forward and used a supreme divine ability. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the War Saint Han Fizi's final imprint. Bang! The attack landed heavily on the War Saint Han Fizi's body. The War Saint Han Fizi's body began to crumble. Lin Feng's expression changed. Was the War Saint Han Fizi's final imprint going to be completely destroyed? If it was really destroyed, then he was dead for sure. He didn't think that the 8 trigrams furnace and the godly demonic soldiers would let him go. Senior, the past is the past. Don't sink into it. Think about it. If those godly and demonic soldiers escape from the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the homeland you protected, the people you protected, how many people will be massacred? Lin Feng shouted. He didn't know if it would work, but it was what he thought. It was also Lin Feng's final effort. But the truth was just as Lin Feng had said. If the godly demonic soldiers escaped, it would definitely cause great suffering. Protect my homeland. The War Saint Han Fizi murmured. War Saint Han Fizi murmured. A glimmer of light finally appeared in his eyes. I want to cast a seal on you. In the next instant, a sharp light flashed in Han Fizi's eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. At that moment, the War Saint Han Fizi seemed to have come back from the dead. Endless runes were emitted from the blood-colored body, surging out in all directions. The runes that blotted out the sky formed chains that filled the void. Buzz. Violent fluctuations swept out. Countless distorted runes formed above the Weapon Burial Valley. These runes seemed to have a life of their own and were now awakening. Are these the runes that the War Saint Han Fizi used in the past? He used those talismans to suppress the godly demonic weapons. But after Han Fizi died, the power of the talismans weakened rapidly and the godly demonic weapons became stronger and stronger. The runes of the War Saint Han Fizi's body to the demonic soldiers of the godly demonic soldiers. If War Saint Han Fizi hadn't died, perhaps these divine and demonic soldiers would have been killed here. However, War Sage Han Fizi had died tragically in the Outer Realm, causing changes to occur in the Weapon Burial Valley. But now, Lin Feng had obtained the Holy Emperor's Stone, which contained the blood of Holy Emperor Han Fizi. Lin Feng had come here. The Holy Emperor's Stone sensed his presence, so it appeared. Perhaps this was the War Saint Han Fizi's dying wish? The Holy Emperor's Stone appeared to fulfill the War Saint Han Fizi's dying wish. It strengthened the seal so that the godly demonic soldiers in the Weapon Burial Valley could not escape. Boom! The sky-splitting battle god attacked Han Fizi. He wanted to destroy the War Saint Han Fizi's strengthening of the Weapon Burial Valley seal. The War Saint Han Fizi moved. He rushed forward and fought the sky-splitting battle god. The battle was too tragic. The War Saint Han Fizi's remnant consciousness had suffered a heavy blow before, and now it was in a worse state. Finally, the remnant consciousness of the War Saint Han Fizi burned and enveloped the sky-splitting battle god and the 8 trigrams furnace. Senior, Lin Feng was moved. Was the burning remnant consciousness trying to destroy the 8 trigrams furnace and the sky-splitting battle god's evil consciousness before it was completely destroyed? Lin Feng could not help but shed tears. Even though the War Saint Han Fizi had fallen long ago and only had this remnant consciousness left, he still wanted to protect his homeland and contribute his last bit of strength before it was destroyed. What kind of feeling was this? Senior, I'm willing to lend you a hand, shouted Lin Feng furiously, releasing his celestial fire. The purple earth gore fire flew out and merged with the flames of the War Saint Han Fizi's remnant consciousness. No, the sky-splitting battle god finally panicked. His last bit of evil consciousness began to be destroyed. Heavenly fire! This is heavenly fire! The 8 trigrams furnace roared in horror. Crack! Crack! At this moment, the 8 trigrams furnace cracked and seemed unable to hold on. The rest of the divine demonic weapons charged at the runes in the void. However, The new runes that the War Saint Han Fizi created quickly merged with the old runes. The seal in the Weapon Burial Valley became stronger and stronger, sweeping away the godly demonic soldiers. Many of the godly demonic soldiers cried out in pain. Boom! The 8 trigrams furnace was truly terrifying. Just as it was about to be destroyed, it broke through the flames. The War Saint Han Fizi gradually disappeared. "Senior," muttered Lin Feng. He stretched out his right hand as if he wanted to grab something. But in the end, the War Saint Han Fizi disappeared without a trace. "Kill that brat!" The group of godly demonic soldiers roared, their anger focused on Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. The Sage Emperor Stone was still very strange. It floated above Lin Feng, scaring away the godly demonic soldiers. The seal in the Weapon Burial Valley was strengthened and became even stronger. The godly demonic soldiers' strength was greatly restricted. That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He saw a palm-sized green jade talisman. "A green jade talisman!" cried Lin Feng. There was no way he was mistaken. Among the hundreds of godly demonic soldiers, there was a green jade talisman. It had the same color and shape as the 2 green jade talismans in his hand. But the green jade talisman's chi was extremely evil. The green jade talisman's chi changed because it absorbed the evil of the godly demonic soldiers. "That's why my 2 talismans can't sense its chi," murmured Lin Feng. Whispered Lin Feng. He then threw himself at the bluestone talisman. "That brat wants to die. He dares take the initiative to attack us." When the group of godly demonic soldiers saw Lin Feng charge at them, they felt like they had been provoked. "I'll kill you!" roared the 8 trigrams furnace. It condensed Qian, Ken, Zhen, Zhen, Kuin, Dui, Li, and Sun and moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! A terrifying chi surged. Lin Feng was enveloped by the 8 trigrams furnace's murderous intent. His body started disintegrating. The 8 trigrams furnace was too terrifying. Even though it had been severely injured, it could still kill Lin Feng. Chapter 411. Kacha! Even with the protection of the Holy King Stone, Lin Feng's body still couldn't bear it and began to crack. If it wasn't for the Holy King Stone, he would have been destroyed by this damned 8 trigrams furnace. "Brat, the remnant consciousness of the War Saint Han Fizi has been destroyed. This broken stone is no longer as powerful as before. You're dead." The 8 trigrams furnace laughed sinisterly and rushed over, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't a person who would sit still and wait for death. He thought of the Black Dragon Sword, the treasured sword in the Divine Sword Manual. Swish! Lin Feng took out the Black Dragon Sword. "Ignite my battle blood! I'll kill my way out!" Lin Feng roared. Puff! 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 He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence in a row. Blood essence was the essence of a person's life. Too much blood essence was lost. In serious cases, one would go berserk and die on the spot. In less serious cases, one's cultivation would also drop. However, Lin Feng's blood essence was still within the acceptable range. His blood essence burned fiercely, and all the energy was poured into the Black Dragon Sword. Roar! A dragon chant emerged from the Black Dragon Sword, and a ferocious dragon appeared. It was circling above Lin Feng's head. It was closely connected to the Black Dragon Sword. Within the Black Dragon Sword, a suffocatingly strong power was released. After devouring Lin Feng's blood essence, the Black Dragon Sword's power had increased to a limit. Lin Feng held the Black Dragon Sword, shouted, and slashed at the 8 trigrams furnace. Kacha! The already damaged 8 trigrams furnace was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's sword. "Ah, my body!" The 8 trigrams furnace cried out in horror, because its body had been shattered by Lin Feng's attack. It quickly retreated, full of fear. Lin Feng didn't chase after the 8 trigrams furnace, because Lin Feng knew that it was impossible to destroy it. Even the war saint Han Fizi couldn't destroy it, let alone him. The Holy Emperor Stone above Lin Feng's head charged towards the blue stone martial talisman. Many divine and demonic weapons attacked Lin Feng. Their attacks were also extremely terrifying. However, the Holy King's stone blocked all of their attacks. Although the Saint Royal Stone's power had been greatly reduced, it was still able to block the attacks of ordinary, godly demonic weapons. Lin Feng swung the black dragon sword and sent the godly demonic weapons flying. "Brat, you're hurting me. Do you want to die?" Many godly demonic soldiers cried out. Not far away, the damaged 8 trigrams furnace was quickly being repaired. Moreover, it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying soldiers, Lin Feng's face revealed a look of horror. These divine, demonic soldiers were too terrifying. They had long become undead soldiers. The so-called undead soldiers were just like those undead creatures. Unless you completely destroyed them, no matter how serious the injury, they would automatically recover. For example, the 8 trigrams furnace had withstood the combined attacks of War Sage Han Fizi and Lin Feng. If it had been any other godly demonic weapon, it would have been destroyed long ago. But the 8 trigrams furnace hadn't been destroyed. In fact, it was beginning to recover. Once the 8 trigrams furnace was repaired, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng naturally understood this. He took out the sky-devouring jar. A powerful swallowing force enveloped the bluestone talisman. "Ah, you want to devour me? Don't even think about it." The bluestone talisman transformed into a terrifying, godly demonic weapon and struggled violently. Lin Feng rushed over and slashed out 10 times in a row, breaking the demon chi outside the bluestone talisman. The bluestone talisman's power was greatly reduced, and it was devoured by the sky-devouring jar. Actually, the bluestone talisman had been devoured mainly because it wasn't a godly weapon. It was a talisman in itself. Even though it had absorbed evil and turned into an evil, godly demonic weapon, the bluestone talisman didn't have much offensive power. Therefore, it couldn't compare to other godly demonic weapons. That was why it had been devoured by Lin Feng's sky-devouring jar. Whoosh! Lin Feng turned around and ran. He couldn't stay here any longer. "Brett, don't run." "Bastard, I'm going to eat you." The godly demonic weapons behind him roared. They realized that the godly Emperor Stone's power was weakening. This gave them a lot of confidence. Lin Feng also realized that the godly Emperor Stone's power was weakening. He madly ran outside. Boom! Behind him, the 8 trigrams furnace also shot into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. It gnashed its teeth and roared, "I'm going to enslave your soul. You won't be able to escape." The 8 trigrams furnace had almost been destroyed by Lin Feng and Han Fizi's heavenly fire. It naturally hated Lin Feng, who had taken out the godly Emperor Stone and heavenly fire to the core. It was moving towards Lin Feng like a madman, releasing terrifying demon lights which bombarded Lin Feng. Bang! The attack ruthlessly flew towards Lin Feng. Even though he had the protection of the godly Emperor Stone, the godly Emperor Stone's power had been greatly reduced. Therefore, the attack still caused serious damage to Lin Feng. Wah! Lin Feng was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. "This kid can't take it anymore. Go eat him." A group of godly demonic weapons rushed over. "Get out of my way. This kid is mine." The 8 trigrams furnace was furious. It released demonic light and swept away the rest of the godly demonic weapons. A chance. Lin Feng saw that the 8 trigrams furnace didn't attack him directly. He knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity. Many times, opportunities were fleeting. If the 8 trigrams furnace continued to attack him, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely die. But now, the 8 trigrams furnace didn't attack him. This gave him a chance to escape. Lin Feng soared into the sky, using his golden wings to their maximum. This was a restricted area, so he couldn't fly upwards. He could only fly outwards. "What? You can still run after taking an attack from me?" The 8 trigrams furnace was shocked and quickly rushed over. However, Lin Feng had already rushed to the entrance of the valley. Boom! 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 The 8 trigrams cauldron moved towards Lin Feng. It seemed like it could destroy the earth and sky. Lin Feng was shocked when he sensed the aura behind him. There was no way he could block it. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and sped up. Before the 8 trigrams furnace's attack could reach him, Lin Feng rushed out of the valley. The 8 trigrams furnace's attack was blocked by the valley's restrictive spells, so it couldn't attack outside the valley. Damn it, damn it. It's all because of you bastards. Otherwise, I would have caught that kid already. The 8 trigrams furnace roared furiously. It turned around and looked at the godly demonic weapons. Run! The godly demonic weapons frantically ran towards the valley. I'm going to devour you! The 8 trigrams furnace roared and chased after them. Lin Feng rushed out of the valley, but before he could relax, a cold chi enveloped him. Die, kid! Xian Mo, who had been guarding the entrance of the weapon burial valley, suddenly came out of the forest and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! Chapter 412. Keek. I've finally caught that brat. The mysterious demon, Patriarch, cackled strangely. He felt so good that he felt like he was about to soar into the sky. How much had he suffered at the brat's hands? How many times had he caught him? He wanted to catch the brat even in his dreams. However, he had been disappointed time and time again. Now he had finally gotten what he wanted. Swoosh! Just as the black demon ancestor was about to enter the forest to see if Lin Feng had been killed, a figure suddenly soared into the sky and flew away. It was Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had taken a hit from the black demon ancestor, he had the sage royal stone protecting him. The black demon ancestor's attack broke through the sage royal stone's defense, and Lin Feng put it away. The sage royal stone went into hibernation again. This time, it intentionally avoided the demonic bead and the Xianming demonic book. It seemed to be in a state of silent recuperation. As for Lin Feng, he wasn't injured at all. The black demon ancestor merely thought that his sneak attack had dealt some serious damage to Lin Feng. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and flew away. Ah, how is this possible? The black demon ancestor roared in disbelief. Although he was injured and the power of that palm strike was far from the peak of his strength, it was still a far cry from the attack. Yet that brat was unharmed? That was too unbelievable. The black demon ancestor flew into a rage and chased after Lin Feng. He snarled, "Brat, you won't be able to escape. This ancestor will definitely catch up to you and turn you into ashes. Shameless old demon. You yin-yang cultivator actually dared to sneak attack a martial general cultivator like me? How can you have the nerve to live until now? If I were you, I would have killed myself with a piece of tofu." Hearing Lin Feng's mockery, the mysterious demon ancestor almost died from anger. He grinned and said, "Brat, wait until I catch you. Let's see if you still dare to be so disrespectful to me." The Xian Mo ancestor had already been injured by the terrifying, murderous aura in the weapon burial valley, so he could not increase his speed. After chasing for about 6 hours, Lin Feng shook off the Xian Mo ancestor. The Xian Mo ancestor's face was extremely gloomy. He could not imagine how a kid in the martial general realm could be so fast. The Xian Mo ancestor hated Lin Feng to the core. However, he could not catch up with Lin Feng, and once again let Lin Feng shake him off. This caused the black demon patriarch to panic. He had allowed this brat to escape time and time again. Once this brat's cultivation increased, wouldn't that be the time of his death? Thinking of this, the black demon patriarch's expression turned even uglier. After shaking off the Xian Mo ancestor, Lin Feng found a hidden cave. He used a huge rock to block the entrance of the cave and set up a few concealment spirit formations to completely seal off the area. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He was now ready to refine the 3 talismans. Brett, let me out, or I'll eat you. The 3rd talisman was trapped in the devouring heaven jar, and it let out a vicious roar. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You've fallen into my hands, and you still dare to threaten me? I think you're tired of living. Brat, how about we negotiate? As long as you let me go, I can give you endless wealth. I know where the secret treasures are buried in the battlefield of gods and devils. I can tell you everything," said the 3rd bluestone talisman. He was trying to entice Lin Feng into accepting his conditions. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe its nonsense. The 3rd talisman had already devoured the evil thoughts of the gods and devils. It had already become an evil existence. If he believed it, he wouldn't even know how he died. "It's useless. Don't waste your time. I'm going to refine you and increase my cultivation," Lin Feng said coldly. Then he sat down cross-legged and took out the devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar floated next to Lin Feng and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. "Heavenly flame, come out." Lin Feng took out the heavenly flame, and the purple earth core fire immediately entered the devouring heaven jar. Although the talisman wasn't as strong as the 8 trigrams furnace, it still had an undying attribute. It wasn't easy to refine the spirit of the talisman to death. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't refine it. As long as he had enough time, he could definitely refine the spirit of the talisman to death. Lin Feng spent 5 days and 5 nights. Sure enough, the bluestone martial talisman's devil spirit could not hold on anymore. "Brat, if you dare refine me to death, I'll curse you." Bluestone Wu Fu roared in fear and resentment. It sensed the smell of death. That feeling was so terrifying. "You're about to die, so shut up." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he frantically activated the purple earth core fire. 2 hours later, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The bluestone martial talisman's devil spirit was finally refined to death by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Swish! With a flash of light in his hand, the 1st and 2nd martial talismans appeared. Lin Feng took out the 3rd martial talisman from the heaven's swallowing jar. He combined the 3 pieces into one. Buzz! When the 3 talismans were put together by Lin Feng, they immediately emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. A cloud of dense energy was emitted from the talisman. Lin Feng felt that his martial spirit was ready to move. It was emitting a thirsty call. It was like the earth that had been dry for a long time was being watered by rain. "Devour!" Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and wrapped the martial talisman. Suddenly, the dense energy contained in the martial talisman began to be absorbed by Lin Feng's martial spirit. The 3 black holes began to spin rapidly. A powerful twisting force was emitted from the 3 black holes. After Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had devoured the astonishing energy contained in the 3 talismans, it became more and more powerful. Lin Feng could clearly feel that his martial spirit seemed to have completed a new transformation. The first transformation. Lin Feng knew that the transformation of the martial spirit was more difficult than the previous one. It was also the first time that he had devoured the power of the martial talisman to transform his martial spirit. But he did not know if it was really like what the fire Qilin had said. Boom! 3 hours later, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. Chapter 413. I've finally awakened the 4th and 5th devouring martial spirit, thought Lin Feng. Every time he awakened a devouring martial spirit, his battle prowess would increase exponentially. After refining the bluestone talisman, he had awakened 2 devouring martial spirits. Even with Lin Feng's temperament, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. With the 5 devouring martial spirits, even without using the ancient divine Emperor Cheongqi's clone, I should be able to fight against a martial king, thought Lin Feng, taking a deep breath. Buzz! At that moment, the 3 bluestone talismans emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Lin Feng looked at them and saw them turn into 3 balls of light. In the end, they turned into 3 balls of light and rushed out of the cave, disappearing into the horizon. Lin Feng had heard the fire Qilin say that the 7 talismans in the world were extremely mystical. When someone found a talisman and absorbed its energy, it would disappear again and hide itself. It would continue to accumulate energy and wait for the next person to find it. Now, the energy of the Bluestone talisman had been absorbed by Lin Feng. Just as the fire Qilin had said, the talisman turned into a beam of light and disappeared, hiding itself and preparing to gather energy again. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He had gained a lot from this trip to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. His cultivation had broken through to the 6th celestial layer. Furthermore, he had awakened a 2nd martial spirit. "I wonder how the fire Qilin is doing now," whispered Lin Feng. He felt that the fire Qilin had entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, but he didn't know where it was. Lin Feng didn't stay for long. He had originally planned to leave because Lin Feng had already gained a lot. It was best to stop while one was ahead. But at that moment, something big had happened in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Very quickly, the news had spread everywhere. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, an ancient palace had appeared. In the palace, there was a corpse that had surpassed the level of a god. Lin Feng had heard about it from the fire Qilin, but only the ancient dynasties and holy lands knew about it. Many ancient families and influential groups weren't qualified to know about it. However, it was unknown who leaked the news, and it caused a huge uproar. Initially, the ancient Holy Land and the ancient dynasty wanted to sneak into the ancient palace and take the corpse back for research. But now, many ancient factions wanted to get involved, and it caused a huge conflict. Transcending the level of a god. Is there really such a thing? Is the world of the immortals? One day, Lin Feng overheard some people talking about this in a cultivator's market. "I heard that 100 years ago, the corpse of a strong cultivator who had surpassed the godly spirit layer was discovered. But back then, the Holy Lands hadn't been able to bring the corpse out, and they had suffered great losses. They had been saving their strength for 100 years to attack Guyu Palace again, but they hadn't thought that the news would be leaked." Who? It can't be the immortals and emperors, right? Of course it can't be them. The immortals and emperors don't want to share their secrets with other influential groups. That's an existence surpassing the level of a god. Maybe they can find a way to surpass the level of a god from the corpse. No way. The ancient holy emperor is the strongest god. Even people as strong as them can't surpass the level of a god. How can there be an existence surpassing the level of a god in this world? The world of the immortals is a legend. I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, there must be an existence surpassing the level of a god. Let's go and take a look. The cultivators quickly left and headed to the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Lin Feng muttered. Was the fire Qilin the one who leaked the news? Only the immortals and emperors knew about it. The other influential groups might have heard about it, but they didn't know the details. But now the entire matter had been completely exposed, and everyone knew about it. Lin Feng also entered the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. This time, there were dozens of ancient, influential groups participating. The ancient holy lands and emperors who wanted to keep the secret felt helpless. They didn't dare offend so many influential groups. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, in the endless darkness, there was a towering demonic palace. The demonic palace emitted an ancient aura. It was heavy, mysterious, and had an indescribable demonic aura. Looking at it from afar, Lin Feng felt like his soul was about to shatter. His face was pale. The demonic palace was too terrifying. It must be hiding a huge secret. Lin Feng didn't dare to approach it. He stood in the distance and observed. I heard that 100 years ago, other than the ancient sanctuaries and the ancient royal dynasty, there were 3 other top powers who participated. They were the Flame Sage, the nine-headed demonic dragon, and the sword celestial Liu Xiao. The nine-headed demon dragon is in seclusion, and sword immortal Liu Xiao has been in the eastern sea world for 60 years. There's no news about him. Only the flame saint is left. He must have leaked the news. The ancient holy lands and emperors want to cut him into pieces. Someone said, "The flame saint? Didn't you say that he was killed?" Someone asked. Back then, many experts had gathered in a secret place in the Holy Sky continent to fight for the sage Emperor Stone that had fallen from the sky. The Flame Saint had obtained it, and he had been attacked by many influential groups. The news had spread throughout the 3,000 prefectures, but many people thought that the Flame Saint had faked his death. How could he die so easily? Rumor has it that he appeared in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, but he quickly disappeared. He's probably spying on the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. A cultivator said. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He felt that this was a reasonable explanation. The Flame Saint was the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin was indeed capable of doing such a thing and causing chaos. However, no one knew what the Fire Qilin's goal was. "You still haven't left," a charming voice said. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was the charming fox immortal. She had seen him and had flown over, landing on the mountain peak. The charming fox immortal was as beautiful as ever. Her enchanting figure paired with her breathtakingly beautiful face made her one of the most exquisite beauties in the world. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Is it strange that I haven't left?" The charming fox immortal looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, "If I were you, I would leave quietly. Who knows how many people are watching you right now?" She looked at Lin Feng and was astonished. She had noticed that Lin Feng's body was different from before. Lin Feng was also looking at the charming fox immortal, but his eyes would occasionally sweep across her large and round breasts. Chapter 414. Where do you think you're looking? She clenched her teeth and glared at Lin Feng. She couldn't help but cover her breasts with her hands. Facing Lin Feng's burning gaze, she had a strange feeling. However, she didn't want to show it. "Ah, I'm looking at the mountain peak in the distance. It looks like a mountain range, but it's different." Lin Feng sighed. "Die!" shouted Hu Mei Xian furiously. She raised her fist and punched Lin Feng away. "You're trying to murder your husband," Lin Feng screamed. "Who told you to spout nonsense? I'll kill you." She clenched her teeth and pounced. "Even if I can't afford to offend you, I can still hide, right?" Lin Feng bared his teeth and quickly ran away. Many cultivators looked over and thought that it was just a quarrel between a young couple. The older cultivators looked at them with interest. The younger cultivators looked at Lin Feng with envy. Who was this kid? He actually managed to get his hands on a peerless beauty like the charming fox immortal? Lin Feng avoided her and stood on a mountain peak in the distance, looking into the distance. Now, the great powers were about to attack the ancient palace, and they were already at the final stage. They had already accumulated enough strength. Lin Feng stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance. He saw a few familiar figures. Qin Mubai, Ji Nichen, and so on. They were all geniuses of the younger generation. Lin Feng also saw the geniuses he had taken care of in the forbidden space, such as Huang Fu-yi and the others. In the outside world, Huang Fu-yi and the others' cultivations weren't suppressed. They were extremely terrifying. They were all peerless geniuses, and their strength wasn't too far off from the mysterious demon ancestor, who had lost an arm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these people were. In front of the ancient palace, the experts of the great powers gathered. Said a great elder of an ancient, holy land, "Everyone, let's begin." "Then let's do it!" Boom! Following that, terrifying auras filled the area. Dozens of powerful existences floated in the void. All of them turned into streams of light and charged towards the ancient palace. They're going to attack the ancient palace. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence is in the ancient palace. Why are these top powers treating it so seriously? Some people were discussing this matter, full of doubts. Just as many experts were attacking the ancient palace. All of a sudden, devilish mist filled the ancient temple. Following that, a series of thumps resounded through the sky. It was like the sound of war drums, shaking the heavens and the earth, making everyone's heart palpitate. In the demonic mist, tall figures appeared one after another. They were hidden in the depths of the demonic mist, and it was difficult to see what kind of existence they were. They clashed with the experts of the major forces. Boom! Destructive energy instantly swept through the world. Terrifying fluctuations shook the entire world. The sun and moon collapsed, and the mountains and rivers sank. The surrounding ground had turned into an abyss. Quick, retreat! Many people cried out in horror. The battle in front of the main hall was too terrifying. They had only just started fighting, but it had already caused such a terrifying, destructive power. Some of the cultivators who retreated slower were caught up in the aftermath of the energy and were killed on the spot. Many people retreated far away, seeing the constantly collapsing ground. Their hearts were filled with deep shock. This was a battle between the strongest cultivators, and the destruction it caused was too great. Kill! Some experts roared and charged forward, fighting with the terrifying existences in the demonic mist. But not long after, they were attacked. One of their arms was torn off, and they escaped with injuries. Is that the 8th elder of the Sky Mountain Ancient Holy Land? One of his arms was torn off. Many people cried out in alarm. That was definitely a powerful individual. How long had it been since they fought? Yet he had suffered such a serious injury. It was hard to imagine what kind of existences were guarding the ancient palace. How terrifying were they? Xian Mo ancestor. Lin Feng frowned when he saw someone flying over. It was the Xian Mo ancestor. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He turned and left. The battle of the ancient palace had nothing to do with him. It was something for the top forces to do. Lin Feng still had to avoid the Xian Mo ancestor as much as possible. He wasn't a match for the Xian Mo ancestor with his current cultivation level. Lin Feng left the ancient battlefield of gods and demons and went to a small town 50 miles away to wait for the Fire Qilin. Because of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the town was bustling with people. It was a place where many cultivators rested. Many people were talking about what had happened on the battlefield. A few days later, news spread that dozens of strong cultivators from the ancient war palace had been defeated and suffered heavy casualties. This caused a huge uproar. Dozens of famous people had died a long time ago. 10 days later, a group of people arrived at the town. They were a group of terrifying existences. They were all dressed in black and looked extremely cold. A few days later, news spread that a supreme expert of the devil race, Sky Tyrant Divine Lord, had arrived. He had brought a supreme devil god weapon to the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. He wanted to join the battle of the ancient palaces. Devil god weapons were on the same level as holy emperor weapons and ancient imperial weapons. Sky Tyrant Divine Lord. He's one of the 5 sovereigns of the devil race. Someone said, the 5 sovereigns of the devil race all had heaven-defying cultivation bases. They were Sky Tyrant Divine Lord, Peacock Divine Lord, Dapeng Divine Lord, Taotai Divine Lord, and Black Tortoise Divine Lord. Of the 5 sovereigns, Taotai Divine Lord had disappeared 3,000 years ago. It was said that Dapeng Divine Lord had passed away. Black Tortoise Divine Lord appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Only Sky Tyrant Divine Lord and Peacock Divine Lord were still active in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. Could those people be Sky Tyrant Divine Lord's group? Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He thought of those terrifying, black-clad people. Were they experts of the devil race? The ancient battlefield of gods and devils had become the focus of everyone's attention. Sky Tyrant Divine Lord was in charge of the devil god weapon and had joined forces with many other experts to fight against the ancient palace. The battle was extremely intense. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. The ground was sunken, and even the mountains were destroyed. No one could approach the depths of the battlefield. With the ancient battlefield as the center, an area of 100 miles had been turned into a barren wasteland. Anyone who entered that area would be destroyed. Let's leave quickly. Just as Sky Tyrant Divine Lord and the others were fighting against the ancient palace, the Fire Qilin returned, looking very anxious. Lin Feng nodded and quickly left with the Fire Qilin. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Feng asked after they left. Something terrifying happened in the ancient palace, the Fire Qilin replied. What? Lin Feng was shocked. The Fire Qilin had snuck into the ancient palace and experienced something terrifying. However, no matter how Lin Feng asked, the Fire Qilin remained silent. They are fated to be in vain. The Fire Qilin glanced in the direction of the ancient battlefield of gods and devils. It then looked away and left with Lin Feng. Chapter 415. Qingyang Town was less than 100 miles away from the famous ancient Qingyang sect. This was the last place to rest before reaching the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect was located in the mountains between the godly prefecture of the east and the great wilderness of the north. It was said that there were dragon veins there, and the Qingyang sect was located in the dragon veins. The powerful dragon veins condensed the qi of heaven and earth, making the sect immortal for 100,000 years. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin arrived at Qingyang Town. Lin Feng had come to fulfill his promise. He hadn't forgotten what Zi Xiao had said before he died, and Lin Feng hadn't forgotten it. Zi Xiao had a younger sister, who was also in the Qingyang sect. Zi Xiao and his sister had depended on each other since they were young. Before Zi Xiao died, his only concern was his sister. Thinking of Zi Xiao, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The three people who were most likely to have killed Zi Xiao were Qin Mubai, Genie Chen, and Lord Saber. Qin Mubai and Genie Chen were too strong. Lin Feng couldn't do anything to them, and Lord Saber had disappeared without a trace. Qingyang Town was very lively. People were coming and going. Many people were going to the Qingyang sect to learn. Most of them were nobles. If one wanted to join a big sect, like the Qingyang sect, one needed to be talented and had to have a huge amount of money to send their disciples there. Since ancient times, there had been no shortage of geniuses, but the number of people a sect could recruit was limited. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin stopped in front of a small restaurant. They found a table. Big brother, what do you want to eat? A 4 or 5-year-old girl walked over and stared at Lin Feng with her big eyes. The girl was innocent and cute. She was holding a menu. Although she was very young, she was very sensible and helped her grandfather and sister. What a cute girl. Tell me, what's your name? Lin Feng smiled. The girl smiled sweetly and said, My name is Yunyin. I'm 5 years old. The Fire Qilin also revealed a smile. This little girl was indeed very smart, sensible, and lovable. That pair of pure and bright eyes without a trace of impurities, after looking at them, would make the impetuous heart involuntarily calm down. Lin Feng smiled and said, Let me see your menu. Yeah. Xiao Yunyin nodded and handed the menu to Lin Feng before saying innocently, Big brother, can you order one more dish? Why? Lin Feng smiled and looked at little Yunyin. Because little Yunyin's grandfather is very tired every day. If Big Brother orders one more dish, little Yunyin's grandfather will be able to finish work earlier. That way, little Yunyin's grandfather won't be so tired. Little Yunyin looked at Lin Feng expectantly. What an obedient and sensible child, Lin Feng said tenderly as he patted little Yunyin's head. He looked at the menu and saw that it was filled with the simplest dishes. There were about 20 or so dishes, and the prices were very cheap. This was only a small restaurant, and it wasn't a big restaurant. Naturally, the prices wouldn't be too high. The people who came here were all ordinary people. Order everything, the Fire Qilin said. It was obvious that the Fire Qilin liked Little Union a lot. Of course, the Fire Qilin didn't let Little Union hear it to avoid scaring her. Then let's order one of each dish, all right? Lin Feng smiled and looked at Little Union. Okay. Little Union nodded excitedly and said, Thank you, big brother. She lifted her little legs and ran happily into the house. Not long after, hot dishes were served. The person who served them was Little Yunyun's elder sister. She was a young girl who stunned Lin Feng. She was about 13 or 14 years old. Although she wasn't very old, she was extremely beautiful. Her face was so perfect that it was suffocating. When she came out, many people looked at her in amazement. In the distance, a group of about 20 people riding strange beasts passed by. A waiter pointed in their direction and said, Young master, look! The person riding a black flame beast was a young man who looked about 20 years old. He was also stunned when he saw the young girl. There's actually such a beauty in this shabby place. The young master waved his hand, and the group of people walked towards the restaurant. Big brother, this is my elder sister. Little Yun raised her head and smiled innocently. Big sister, this big brother is really good. He's the one who ordered all the dishes, said Lin Feng. Little Yun pulled on her elder sister's clothes and said, Good girl. Don't disturb big brother when he's eating. The young girl's name was Qing, just like her name. She gave people the impression that she was pure and untainted. She was like a green lotus standing alone in the world. It's all right. I like Little Yun a lot. Lin Feng smiled. Guests are here. At that moment, a voice came from a nearby table. A group of people walked over and kicked out the other tables. They sat there. Some people looked unhappy, but their companions stopped them. That's a young master from the Qingyang sect, said one of the companions. Many people's expressions suddenly changed. The Qingyang sect was an ancient sect. They were extremely powerful. Nobody dared offend them. Big brother, what do you want to eat? Asked Little Union innocently. She walked over and raised her head. Oh, you're so young, but you're so cute, said the young master, pinching Little Yunyun's cheeks. Little Yunyun's delicate face had turned red from the pinch. Although it was painful, she endured it. However, her eyes were filled with tears of grievance. She was still very young, so she was already a little afraid of being pinched so painfully. However, when she thought about how hard her grandfather worked every day, she mustered up her courage and asked, Big brother, do you want to eat anything? Haha, that's your elder sister, right? Bring her over, said the young master with a smile. Little Yun was scared, but she quickly came back with Qing. Young master, what do you want to eat? Asked Qing cautiously. She could obviously see that those people weren't good people. The young master looked at Qing and put his arm around her waist. He smiled and said, I don't want to eat anything else. I just want to eat you. You. Let go of me. Qing's face turned deathly pale. She tried her best to struggle, but she didn't have a cultivation level. How could she struggle? Many people were pointing at them. Some people wanted to act like heroes, but when they thought about the young master's social status, they gave up. Those people were from the Qingyang sect. They were in the territory of the Qingyang sect. Offending the Qingyang sect was tantamount to suicide. What are you looking at? Piss off, shouted the young master's guard arrogantly. Let go of my sister. Bad guy, let go of my sister, said Little Yun, pushing the young master away. Piss off, said the young master, kicking Little Yun 3 or 4 meters away. Thump! Little Yun fell heavily to the ground. Her forehead was instantly smashed open, and fresh blood flowed down her jade-like face. Chapter 416. The old man heard the noise and quickly ran out. When he saw Yun lying on the ground with a bruise on her forehead, he was heartbroken. You bastard! Qing looked at Little Yun with heartache. She raised her hand and slapped the young master's face. Slap! That slap landed on the young man's face. "Bitch! How dare you hit me?" That young master's face immediately revealed a sinister expression. He directly carried Qing on his shoulder and walked into the restaurant. "Let's see how I'll *CK you," said the young man coldly. "Let go of me, you bastard. Let go of me." Qing struggled, but how could she break free? "Young man, Qing doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous and let her go," said the old man, grabbing the young man's hand and begging him. "Piss off, old bastard," said the young man, kicking the old man away. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa, does it hurt?" asked Yun, running to the old man and trying to help him up. But the old man was too old, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Yun's face was covered with blood. She was crying helplessly. Perhaps with her age and her naive personality, she was still unable to understand everything that was happening before her eyes. "Grandpa," said Qing, looking pale. She was worried. "Haha, Lu Er. Keep an eye on that old bastard and the little liar. Don't let them disturb me," said the young man with a perverted smile. What a sin! Many people were filled with righteous indignation, but when they thought of the other party's identity, they did not dare to interfere. They could only sigh in their hearts. "Let go of my sister. You're a bastard. Let go of Yun's sister," said Yun, standing up. She threw herself at the young man. The servant called Lu Er was the one who had told the young man about Qing's beauty. He knew his master well. When he saw Yun throw herself at the young man, his expression changed. If they disturbed the young man's good mood, they wouldn't have a good time either, said Lu Er with a ferocious smile. "Little bastard, do you want to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped out and raised his leg to kick little Yun. What were ordinary people in the eyes of these ancient powers? He was just like an ant. Many people closed their eyes as they couldn't bear to see such a cute little girl like little Yun bleed on the spot. Crack! Crack! The next moment, everyone heard the sound of bones cracking. Ah! Following a blood-curdling scream, a figure was sent flying. "It's Lu Er!" Many people were shocked. Lu Er was sent flying with a kick. Lu Er, who was in midair, had his entire leg broken. He was dangling in midair, looking extremely miserable. Plop! Lu Er fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. "Look, a young master is making a move," someone exclaimed. "Alas, you're still too young." This place is less than 50 kilometers away from the Qingyang sect. This is the territory of the Qingyang sect. The Qingyang sect is a large sect with the yin-yang realm expert. Offending the Qingyang sect is the same as courting death. Yeah, I'm afraid that Brad is going to be unlucky. Some people shook their heads. Although they felt that the young master's actions were praiseworthy, they also felt that the young master's actions were irrational. Yun, are you all right? Lin Feng looked at little Yun worriedly. "Big brother, little Yun is in so much pain. Hurry up and save little Yun's grandfather and sister, okay?" Little Yun is begging Big Brother. Little Yun looked pitifully at Lin Feng, her face covered in tears. Lin Feng used the ancient dragonesque elephant art and sent a stream of dragonesque elephant energy into little Yun's body. Her wounds stopped bleeding. Little Yun doesn't feel pain anymore. "Big Brother, did you save little Yun? Big Brother, please save little Yun's grandfather and sister, okay?" Little Yun begged again. Lin Feng really felt sorry for this sensible, cute and pure little girl. "Don't worry, little Yun's grandfather and sister will be fine." Lin Feng rubbed little Yun's head. He held little Yun's hand and went to the old man's side. He fed him a medicinal pill. The old man was finally able to move a little. He grabbed Lin Feng's hand and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. "Young master, please save Qing. She's also a pitiful little girl. She lost her parents before she was 10 years old. She's been so sensible since she was young, and she's been helping me. It's really not easy. The old man was about to get up and kneel down in front of Lin Feng. "Old man, please don't do that. Don't worry. Qing will be fine," Lin Feng said solemnly. He was very angry. He felt like there was a raging fire in his chest. It was about to ignite his whole body. It was anger. As a member of an ancient power, he didn't protect the safety of ordinary people. How could he be so perverse? He didn't even spare the elderly and children. He even wanted to rape a young girl in broad daylight. Even a beast wouldn't do such a thing. When the young man saw that someone dared to meddle in his affairs, his face darkened. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "Little boy, do you know who I am? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you want to die? Put Qing down and cripple one of your arms. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I'll make you regret being born." Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Then, young master." Many people were dumbstruck. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would be so aggressive. "Little boy, do you want to die? Kill this little boy." The young master shouted with a gloomy expression, "Yes, young master." Immediately, more than 20 guards rushed towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. The fire Qilin silently arrived next to the old man and little Yunyan. The fire Qilin was worried that some idiot would target the old man and little Yunyan. It would be very troublesome. They're attacking. There are quite a few generals among those guards. I wonder if that little boy can resist them. If he can't, he'll end up in the hands of the young master of the Qingyang sect. He'll suffer a fate worse than death. Many people thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant. Some people frowned when they saw the conflict. Many people thought that Lin Feng was too arrogant and that he was going to suffer. "Little boy, how dare you offend our young master? You're really tired of living." Hideous laughter could be heard as more than 20 guards rushed over. Swoosh! At that moment, Lin Feng moved. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds spread in the air. Everybody saw that Lin Feng was like a blur as he rushed into the crowd and started fighting with the guards. Crack, crack. Then the sound of bones breaking could be heard, accompanied by miserable screams. Over 20 guards were sent flying. Their chests had all caved in, and their ribs had all been broken. Over 20 guards fell to the ground, and some of them were gasping for air. Clearly, they weren't going to survive. Insta-kill? Many people stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. Those were more than 20 guards, and there were even a few powerhouses in the martial, general realm. They had actually been defeated in an instant. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror as they uniformly looked towards the young master who had made a move. Who is this person? So young and so powerful. What is his cultivation level? Everyone's hearts were in turmoil as they stared at Lin Feng, trying to guess who Lin Feng was. Chapter 417. You actually crippled so many of my subordinates. The young man's face immediately became extremely gloomy. He put Qing down and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. The young man obviously wanted to personally deal with Lin Feng. I remember who he is. He's called Lu Zixu, the grandson of the 5th elder of the Qingyang sect. Someone revealed the young man's identity. The 5th elder of the Qingyang sect was a great figure of the Yin-Yang realm. His strength could be described as unfathomable. No wonder Lu Zixu was so arrogant and despotic. "Little brat, you crippled my people in the territory of the Qingyang sect. Nobody in the world can save you." Lu Zixu's voice was filled with a hint of coldness. Although Lu Zixu was an evil young man, he was not a cripple. However, he was not a piece of trash. Instead, he was a cultivator with decent strength. Lu Zixu was 20 years old and was already at the 9th layer of the general realm. Even in the ancient era, he was considered to be quite talented. After all, to be able to enter the martial king realm at this age was definitely a super genius. As for those who could enter the Yin-Yang realm at this age, they were extremely rare. I think you should be worried about yourself. With your cultivation, I can crush you with one hand. Lin Feng curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Many people looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. That young man is really domineering. He doesn't put Lu Zishu in his eyes at all. That's right. No matter what, this Lu Zishu is at the 9th layer of the martial general realm, right? I wonder what that young man's cultivation is. I think he's at the 6th layer of the general realm. Ah, the 6th layer of the general realm? Against the 9th layer of the general realm? This is troublesome. That young man is too arrogant. I'm afraid he'll suffer. Immediately, many people cried out in alarm. Boom! Lu Zishu attacked. His body shot towards Lin Feng. He used Dragon Soar's Heaven and Earth to attack Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng also attacked. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Feng's body. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, many people's faces turned pale. Force. It was force. That young master has condensed his force. How is that possible? Wasn't it said that one had to be at least in the yin-yang realm to be able to condense force? Wasn't that young master at the 6th layer of the martial general realm? How is it possible to condense force? Many people cried out in alarm. An old man said, who said that only cultivators in the yin-yang realm can condense force. I've read in an ancient book that some amazing geniuses can condense force in advance, even if they haven't broken through to the yin-yang realm. I wonder what that young man experienced that allowed him to condense such a terrifying force in advance. Many people felt the power emanating from Lin Feng's body, but their faces were pale and they were almost out of breath from the pressure. Lu Zishu was suppressed by Lin Feng's force. His aura was severely suppressed, and his cultivation was immediately reduced by 30%. Now, Lin Feng had awakened 5 devouring martial spirits. With 5 martial spirits circulating, he could even fight against a martial king expert. Lu Zishu was only at the 9th layer of the martial general realm. How could he be Lin Feng's opponent? Boom! Lin Feng took a step forwards. Each time he took a step, his qi became more and more powerful. Bang! Lin Feng punched out, and his fist collided with Lu Zishu's. Along with the dull sound of the collision, there was a loud sound. Lu Zishu was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Damn it! Lu Zishu's face became extremely gloomy. He twisted his waist and landed on the ground. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. No wonder you dare to meddle in my affairs. You have some skills. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lu Zishu let out a sinister laugh, then leaped up into the air. Buzz! Everyone saw that Lu Zishu had transformed into a sword and slashed towards Lin Feng. Transforming into a sword? Isn't this Lu Wuqing's move? Seeing Lu Zishu's secret skill, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought of Lu Wuqing. Lu Wuqing, back then, when he had launched a sneak attack on Xikong Jiayuan himself. He had used this secret technique to transform his body into a sword. It seemed that Sun Ziyue, Lu Wuqing, and the others were also disciples of the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng did not expect that they were from the same sect as Zishao. Zishao was humble and polite and treated people sincerely. However, these people were all arrogant and domineering and looked down on others and did evil. They came from the same sect, but there was such a huge difference in their personalities. People were indeed different. This was the so-called human heart. Transforming into a sword, an ancient divine ability. Many people cried out in surprise. Seeing Lu Zishu use this secret skill, their expressions changed drastically. This was a secret skill passed down in the Qingyang sect, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult to cultivate, but Lu Zishu had succeeded. Feeling the power of transforming into a sword, many people's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at Lin Feng with pity. This attack, it was really too powerful. In many people's eyes, this attack was simply too difficult to resist. Brat Dai. A cold voice sounded. Lu Zishu had transformed into a sword. The sword slashed through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Transforming into a sword? Lu Zishu's strength was on par with Lu Wuqing's. When Lu Wuqing had attacked him, he had been caught off guard, and Lu Wuqing had not been able to break through his defense. Not to mention, his current cultivation had increased a lot compared to that time. Facing Lu Zishu's transforming into a sword, Lin Feng stepped forward. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng directly shook his opponent with his fists. After 3 consecutive punches, Lu Zishu's transforming into a sword was directly broken by Lin Feng. This is impossible. Lu Zishu roared in disbelief. He could not believe that this was real. Although he had just succeeded in cultivating transforming into a sword, it was still an ancient divine ability. The brat in front of him had a lower cultivation level than him, and he had not used any powerful secret skills, but he had broken his transforming into a sword. To Lu Zishu, this was simply a huge blow. It was hard for him to believe that this was real. What's impossible about this? Lin Feng's face was full of coldness, and he grabbed at the void. Crackle, crackle! The dense power of lightning condensed and formed. The power of thunder all blasted towards Lu Zishu. Bang, 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 along with the sound of violent collisions. Lu Zishu was drowned in the dense thunder. Ah! A tragic cry rang out. Lu Zishu was sent flying by Lin Feng's sky tyrant lightning. Lu Zishu's body exploded, his flesh lacerated, and he was dripping with blood. Many of his bones were broken, and he fell to the ground, twitching violently. Blood kept flowing out of his 7 orifices. The most terrifying thing was that there was a huge wound on Lu Zishu's abdomen. Lu Zishu's true qi had already dissipated. That young master destroyed Lu Zishu's dantian. Many people cried out in shock. Many people gasped. Lu Zishu was the grandson of the 5th elder of the Qingyang sect. Although he was a complete ruffian, destroying his dantian was equivalent to poking a hole in the sky. Chapter 418. Little brother, hurry up and leave this place. The person you crippled is the grandson of the 5th elder of the Qingyang sect, Lu Zishu. The 5th elder will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If he finds out about this, he definitely won't let you off. Someone secretly transmitted to Lin Feng. Thank you for the information. Lin Feng replied. He wasn't afraid, but the old man, Qing, and Yunyan definitely couldn't stay here any longer. Young master, hurry up and leave. If you're too late, you won't be able to escape from the Qingyang sect. The old man knew how terrifying the Qingyang sect was, and he couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Old man, if you're going to leave, you should leave together. Do you still have any relatives in town? The old man shook his head and said, The 3 of us depend on each other for survival. Do you have any relatives in other places? Lin Feng asked. The old man said, I have a distant cousin in Ping City who runs an escort agency. Perhaps we can rely on him. Ping City? I wonder where I am. Lin Feng asked. This place is called the Scarlet Fire Nation, and Ping City is in the West Prefecture Nation. The old man said. All right, old man, do you have anything else you want to pack? I'll personally escort you there. Lin Feng said. This kid is really... Many people were moved, and they admired Lin Feng's character. Things had already developed to this point, yet he didn't choose to escape. Instead, he wanted to escort the 3 of them to safety. Little brother, there's a griffin mount in the northwest of town. You can rent one or buy one there. A cultivator secretly transmitted a message to Lin Feng. Obviously, he didn't want anyone to know who he was. He was probably worried that he would be exposed and be hated by the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng felt grateful, but he also sighed. There were quite a few chivalrous cultivators. Qing, go back and take some valuable things with you. The old man said. Qing, nodded and quickly returned to the house, where she took out a package. Lin Feng said there's no time to lose. Let's beat him up. After that, Lin Feng carried little Yunyan, while Qing, supported the old man. The few of them didn't linger and quickly left. Lin Feng immediately spent a large sum of money to purchase a griffin. Everyone sat on the griffin and flew towards the west continent. Little Union had already recovered from her shock. After all, she was still young, and this was her first time riding a griffin into the sky. So she was very excited. Big brother, Little Union, can fly too. She curled up in Lin Feng's embrace, her little hands clutching tightly onto Lin Feng's clothes. She looked into the distance somewhat timidly, as if she was afraid of being blown away by the wind. When Little Union grows up, she'll be able to cultivate. In the future, Little Union won't need to ride a griffin. She'll be able to fly by herself. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Little Yunyun's head. Little Yun asked in surprise, "Ah, you can fly by yourself? Will Little Yun grow wings like this big monster?" As she spoke, a terrified expression suddenly appeared on her face. She hugged Lin Feng tightly and shook her head. "Big brother, Little Yun doesn't want to grow wings. Little Yun is scared." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course Little Yun won't grow wings. Little Yun doesn't need wings to fly." Little Yun became happy when she heard Lin Feng say that. She hugged Lin Feng's neck and pressed her face against Lin Feng's. Then Little Yun can fly by herself to find Big Brother. That's right. When that stone monkey appears, Little Yun will be able to protect Big Brother. Lin Feng pinched Little Yunyun's delicate cheeks. Little Yun nodded solemnly and said, "Seriously, Little Yun will definitely protect Big Brother in the future. No one is allowed to bully Big Brother. If anyone bullies Big Brother, Little Yun won't like them anymore. Little Yun will chase them away and help Big Brother vent his anger. Little Yun is so obedient," Lin Feng said with a smile. Seeing Lin Feng and Little Yunyun's intimate interaction, the old man and Qing Er's expressions warmed up. "Big Brother Feng." A shy voice called out from below. Under the night sky, a beautiful figure raised her head and looked over. "Qing why aren't you asleep?" asked Lin Feng. Qing blushed and said, "Big Brother Feng, Qing wants to talk to you." Lin Feng nodded and jumped down. He grabbed Qing Er's waist and jumped up. The two of them landed on a tree branch. The tree needed more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. The branches were also very big. The two of them sat face to face. Qing blushed and said, "Big Brother Feng, thank you for your kindness. If you hadn't helped me, I would have killed myself by biting my tongue. I don't know what would have happened to Grandpa and Yun." "Silly girl, what are you thanking me for?" Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Qing Er's head. He felt that this action was a bit too intimate for their friendship. He awkwardly withdrew his hand, but he didn't expect Qing Er's soft body to jump into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng could smell the alluring fragrance of a virgin from Qing Er's body. Qing Er's delicate body trembled slightly. She murmured, "Qing doesn't know if she'll be able to see Big Brother Feng again after we reach Pink City. Maybe that will be the last time we'll be apart. Qing wants to give her body to Big Brother Feng. Big Brother Feng, take Qing." After saying that, she mustered up the courage to raise her head and kiss Lin Feng's lips. She was clearly inexperienced. After her lips touched Lin Feng's lips, she closed her eyes. She didn't know what to do next. "Qing, don't be like this. You still have a long future ahead of you. Don't give your body to me out of gratitude." Lin Feng gently pushed Qing away. Qing Er's blushing face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. "Big Brother Feng, do you dislike Qing Er's lowly background? Or do you dislike Qing for not being pretty enough?" Qing Er's delicate body trembled violently. Tears streamed down her face. When Lin Feng saw the sadness and despair on her beautiful face, his heart ached. He pulled Qing into his arms and said, "Silly girl, you're still young. Wait a few years. When you grow up, I'll come and see you." Lin Feng smiled, blushed and nodded slightly. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, they heard the sound of a mutant beast in the distance. There was also a deep roar. The griffin let out a terrified cry, broke free from the rope and ran away. Oh no, the Qingyang sect is here. Lin Feng's expression changed. Big brother Feng, hurry up and run. Don't worry about us, said Qing, with a pale face. Her delicate body was trembling. Lin Feng said, Don't worry, I'm here. Nobody can hurt you. He quickly jumped down from the tree and put Qing in the cave. The old man and little Yun also woke up. Big brother, little Yun is scared, said little Yun in fear. Don't be scared, Yun. You'll be fine, said Lin Feng as he touched little Yun's face. Anyone who enters must be killed without question, said Lin Feng. He then looked at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin nodded. Lin Feng quickly walked out of the cave and used a concealment formation to hide the cave. Lin Feng knew that this kind of formation couldn't be hidden from experts. He only hoped that there wouldn't be too many experts chasing after him. Boy, you can't escape. A cold voice came from the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Then more than 10 black flame beasts rushed over, crushing the void. On each of the black flame beasts sat a cultivator with a profound aura. There were 15 people in total. Seeing these 15 experts, Lin Feng's expression became unprecedentedly serious. 15 experts of the Martial King realm. The Qingyang sect had used an astonishing amount of strength to chase after him. Chapter 419. The black flame beast flew towards Lin Feng. 15 martial kings surrounded him. Their eyes were cold. They were all wearing black, as if they were fusing with the darkness. They were the Qingyang sect's men of sacrifice. The so-called men of sacrifice were those who didn't fear death. They did things that couldn't be done openly, such as eliminating Lin Feng. Because the Qingyang sect didn't know who Lin Feng was, they couldn't directly attack him. So they sent men of sacrifice to kill Lin Feng. If the group behind Lin Feng wanted to investigate, the Qingyang sect could quibble. Do you have proof? The men of sacrifice were very mysterious. They usually did not appear in front of people. They only appeared when they were doing missions. The secret skills and cultivation methods they practiced were often not from their own sect. Therefore, even if these men of sacrifice were caught, no one would be able to find out the reason why they were captured. Actually, it wasn't just the Qingyang sect. Many other groups had their own men of sacrifice. Little brat, why aren't you running anymore? Said the leader of the group in black clothes coldly. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Do I need to run to deal with people like you? Little brat, you're about to die and you still dare to talk big. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed leader. Attack! He waved his hand. One of the men of sacrifice immediately rode his black flame beast towards Lin Feng. Obviously, the leader of the men of sacrifice thought that one man was enough to deal with a small fry like Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was only a general. A martial king against a general was simply a slaughter. The other 14 men of sacrifice looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They were waiting to see Lin Feng's blood splashed. That cultivator was holding a spear and riding a black flame beast. In a flash, he rushed towards Lin Feng and thrust his spear towards Lin Feng's chest. When that spear was about to reach Lin Feng, a light flashed and Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. He disappeared? How is that possible? These men of sacrifice all revealed astonished expressions. They were all martial kings, yet they were unable to find any trace of Lin Feng. The man of sacrifice who had attacked Lin Feng looked around with a grave expression. After exchanging blows, he realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. Speed! It was too fast! Behind us! Suddenly a death warrior shouted. The men of sacrifice who were attacking Lin Feng were shocked. They turned around and looked behind them. But in the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his body. Bang! The violent power of thunder tore everything apart. Lin Feng used Darkness Escape and hid behind the Death Warrior. Then he used the Sky Tyrant Lightning art to condense an energy ball and bombarded the Death Warrior's body. The Death Warrior's body and the Black Flame Beast he was riding were instantly blasted into pieces. Evasion technique. The leader of the Men of Sacrifice was experienced and knowledgeable. His expression was extremely gloomy. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared again. Gang Qi, the leader of the Men of Sacrifice, shouted, and the 14 Men of Sacrifice all released their Gang Qi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the Gang Qi was released, it formed a fierce wind that swept across the land and completely covered the surroundings. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was blown away by the wind. The Darkness Escape technique was not invincible. Once the hiding place was filled with powerful energy, the Darkness Escape technique would fail. Obviously, the leader of the Men of Sacrifice was very experienced. He had broken Lin Feng's Darkness Escape technique. Boy, after the evasion technique fails, I'll see how you'll die. The leader of the Men of Sacrifice's gloomy voice, which sounded like it came from hell, resounded. He waved his right hand, and the other 13 Men of Sacrifice began to surround Lin Feng. 9 of them are level 1 Martial Kings for our level 2 Martial Kings, and the leader of the Men of Sacrifice is level 3 Martial King. You can kill him. Lin Feng carefully checked their cultivation. Suddenly, a ghastly expression appeared on his face. Now that Lin Feng had awakened 5 devouring martial souls, he had a killer move. Kill! The leader of the Men of Sacrifice shouted. He waved the war spear in his hand and swept it toward Lin Feng. The other 13 Men of Sacrifice attacked at the same time, waving the war spears in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. Streaks of cold light shot out. The power of these war spears was revealed. The cold light pierced through the land. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even if Lin Feng's physical body was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to block that attack. After all, 14 kings had joined hands to attack him, not 1 or 2 people attacking him at the same time. The situation was very dangerous. The 14 martial kings looked at Lin Feng with ghastly eyes. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, at this moment, a light flashed in front of Lin Feng. Roar! A 2-headed Cheong Qi was summoned. Lin Feng had summoned the Archean Saint Emperor's Cheong Qi avatar. Moreover, this 2-headed Cheong Qi had activated the Archean Cheong Qi treasure technique, so 2 heads appeared. The huge body protected Lin Feng. Clang, 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 the attacks of the 14 martial kings all landed on the 2-headed Cheong Qi. Suddenly, there was a series of clanging sounds, but the 2-headed Cheong Qi blocked their attacks. The 2-headed Cheong Qi was condensed by Lin Feng with various materials, so it was naturally stronger than a cultivator's body. This was a beast-shaped weapon, and it was a beast-shaped weapon that could use the Archean Cheong Qi treasure technique. Avatar. The Men of Sacrifice's pupils shrank violently. They naturally knew what an avatar was, but it was extremely difficult to refine. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator might not be able to refine it successfully. How could an ant in the martial general realm refine an avatar? Many thoughts flashed in their minds, however, at this moment, a terrifying fluctuation spread out from Lin Feng's body. Devouring martial soul. Ultimate form. 5 martial souls as one. Rumble. Lin Feng's dantian was filled with light. 5 devouring martial souls appeared and spun violently. No, impossible. How can you have 5 martial souls? The 14 Men of Sacrifice all cried out in fear. They had heard of twin martial souls, but that was the limit. It was a heaven-defying monster. But the person in front of them had 5 martial souls. This was completely out of their expectations. Go and ask the King of Hell. A cold voice resounded. 5 martial souls as one. an unprecedented power of imprisonment was formed. The 14 men of sacrifice were all imprisoned in the air. Swish, Lin Feng turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. One by one, the men of sacrifice were killed by Lin Feng. In the blink of an eye, all 14 of them were dead. Huff! Lin Feng half knelt on the ground. The Archean Divine Emperor's avatar had already entered his body. Tired. Lin Feng had never felt so tired before. Using 5 martial souls as one consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Rustle. But at that moment, light footsteps came from the forest. Lin Feng raised his head and his expression changed drastically. A man in black clothes stepped out. A man of sacrifice. There was another man of sacrifice. When Lin Feng sensed the chi of the man of sacrifice, his face turned deathly pale. A man of sacrifice of the yin-yang layer. You. Lin Feng pulled a long face. How strong you've awakened 5 martial souls and killed 14 martial kings in a row. If the news spread, it would shake the entire 3,000 provinces. But today everything will end. Chapter 420. Lin Feng stood up and tried to calm himself down. Even if he had to die, he couldn't die here. The old man, Qing, and Yun were still in the cave. If he was killed here, they would be found very quickly and killed as well. If he lured this person away and killed him, he probably wouldn't come looking for the old man, Qing, and Yun. After all, they were just mortals, unimportant people. Lin Feng believed that the fire Qilin could escort them away safely. Whoosh! Lin Feng spread his golden wings and flew into the distance. Kid, you still want to run away now. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior said disdainfully. He also flew into the sky and chased after Lin Feng. The Qingyang sect is such AF * king coward. They actually sent Yin-Yang Realm Cultivator to deal with a general like me. How shameless! Lin Feng cursed fiercely. What's the point of saying that now? The Yin-Yang Realm men of sacrifice laughed eerily. Lin Feng looked indifferent and quickly flew into the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared. Darkness evasion technique, hee. Little boy, that kind of technique is best used when nobody knows about it. Besides, you haven't mastered it yet. If you had practiced it for another 8 or 10 years, maybe you would have been able to show off in front of me. But now, in front of me, there's nothing you can hide from me. The Yin-Yang warrior sneered, raised his right hand, and slapped to the left. Bang! A rock exploded, and Lin Feng, who was hiding behind it, was sent flying. Lin Feng looked gloomy. The darkness evasion technique had no effect. This was really troublesome. He was already feeling tired. He had used a lot of energy to activate the ultimate form of his devouring martial soul. Now, how could he fight against Yin-Yang Realm Cultivator? Moreover, even at his peak, he couldn't fight against Yin-Yang Realm Cultivator, let alone now. The Yin-Yang warrior chased after Lin Feng unhurriedly. It seemed like he was playing with Lin Feng like a cat playing with a mouse. He said indifferently, Kid, if you tell me how to condense a clone, I'll give you a quick death. What do you think? No wonder the Yin-Yang warrior didn't kill Lin Feng directly. It turned out that he valued Lin Feng's method of condensing a clone. The method of creating doppelgangers was much more precious than many ancient superpowers. Moreover, the method of creating doppelgangers was extremely rare. There was a special characteristic of this clone condensation method. The lower the level of the clone condensation method, the higher the requirements of the materials required, and the lower the success rate of condensation. In order to create a low-level doppelganger, one had to use high-grade materials to make up for the disadvantages of the method. The higher the level, the higher the probability of successfully condensing a doppelganger. Moreover, the materials required to condense a doppelganger would be much simpler. This was the only way to show the huge advantage of a high-level method of condensing a clone. The main advantage was in these 2 points. First, the success rate was extremely high. Second, the materials were easy to find. For example, Lin Feng's supreme ancient 9 imperial clones didn't require precious materials. They were easy to find. Besides, Lin Feng had succeeded the first time he had condensed the supreme ancient 9 imperial clones. Of course, the reason why Lin Feng succeeded on his first try had a lot to do with the location where Lin Feng had refined the clone. Back then, it had been in the Western Mountains, a place where countless corpses were buried. The yin qi was very dense, and it was the best tonic. All of it had been absorbed by the clone. Lin Feng sneered. You want the method of condensing a clone? Sure, but kneel down and call me master. Maybe I'll be happy and give it to you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's face was filled with killing intent. Brat, I think you're just trying to kill yourself. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll capture you and forcefully search your soul. Search my soul? You've cultivated a demonic secret technique? Lin Feng's expression changed. The soul-searching technique was extremely vicious. It was strictly forbidden to practice it. However, some demonic forces didn't have any scruples about it. Lin Feng hadn't expected that someone from the Qingyang sect, especially a Yin-Yang realm expert, would dare to cultivate such a vicious secret technique in secret. Keek keek. The Yin-Yang realm death warrior laughed sinisterly. What's there to be surprised about? There are countless people on the righteous path who cultivate demonic secret techniques. You just don't know them. Do you really think that those cultivators who shout that they're righteous path cultivators are righteous path cultivators? Have you ever heard of the word sanctimonious? Let me tell you, the most frightening thing isn't the demonic forces. No matter how frightening they are, it's only on the surface. The most frightening thing is those who pretend to be righteous path cultivators, but are actually even more evil than the demonic forces. It's like the difference between a true villain and a hypocrite. The Yin-Yang realm death warriors' words made Lin Feng's expression change again. If the demonic forces were truly villains, then those who pretended to be righteous path cultivators but were secretly evil were hypocrites. Hypocrites were much more frightening than true villains. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You're courting death. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin-Yang realm death warrior raised his right hand. Buzz. A huge energy palm condensed in the air. The energy palm ruthlessly slammed down towards Lin Feng. No. Lin Feng roared in terror. Bang. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the energy palm engulfed Lin Feng. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Lin Feng lay on the ground, covered in cuts and bruises. His body twitched violently. He smiled bitterly. The attack of a Yin-Yang realm cultivator was really frightening. Your physical body is really powerful. You're still alive after taking my attack. It seems like you have a lot of secrets. That's even better. The more secrets you have, the more secrets I'll get when I search your soul. The Yin-Yang realm death warrior walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He had a sinister smile on his face. When he reached Lin Feng's side, he grabbed Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's neck and lifted Lin Feng into the air. His sinister eyes flickered with a cold light. Brat, after I search your soul will scatter. Do you have any last words before you die? The Yin-Yang realm death warrior asked with a sinister smile. Bastard, I curse you that your death will be 10 times more miserable than mine. Lin Feng cursed. The Yin-Yang realm death warrior was furious. He roared. You're about to die and you still dare to provoke me? Die, brat. Soul search technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the death warrior's eyes turned pitch black. Lin Feng's eyes met his. Boom! Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if he had sunk into a boundless illusion. A terrifying strength surged into his mind. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. Chapter 421. Ah! Lin Feng gave a horrible shriek. Pain! He felt an indescribable pain. He felt that his body was no longer his. His soul was no longer his. GGG, a sinister voice rang in his mind. A pair of evil eyes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Those eyes were the culprit behind the damage to Lin Feng's soul. They were evil eyes formed by the combination of soul power and soul searching. The evil eyes could see through everything. The evil eyes stared at Lin Feng's soul. The power of the evil eyes was very strange. They could forcefully destroy the soul of the person being soul-searched and find the information they needed from the soul fragments. Whoosh! Lin Feng's soul escaped into the chaos ancient lamp. Huff, huff, huff! Lin Feng's soul was panting. After escaping into the chaos ancient lamp, he felt much better. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. It wasn't that he didn't have any means to fight back. If this yin-yang cultivator wanted his life, he would be a dead man by now. But he didn't choose to kill him immediately. Instead, he wanted to soul-search him. Lin Feng, who had been in despair, saw a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng estimated the difference between his soul power and the yin-yang cultivators. He had a primary and secondary primordial spirit. Purely in terms of soul power, he was definitely stronger than the yin-yang cultivator. However, he couldn't compare to the yin-yang cultivator's soul-searching technique. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he was captured by the yin-yang cultivator. If the yin-yang cultivator sensed something wrong, such as that his soul power could threaten his soul, he might snap his neck without giving him a chance to resist. The safest option now was to hide in the chaos ancient lamp and wait for his body to recover. Lin Feng had used up too much energy to activate the 5 devouring martial souls as one. He was too tired now. When Lin Feng gradually recovered, he would be able to activate the bronze fragment. At such a close distance, even a yin-yang realm death warrior wouldn't be able to dodge the bronze fragment's attack, right? Lin Feng knew that whether or not he could use the bronze fragment to kill a yin-yang realm cultivator was the most important factor. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, he would definitely die. And this opportunity had to wait. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Seeing the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp floating in Lin Feng's mind, the yin-yang death warrior shouted in disbelief. He knew what the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp represented. Ha ha ha, he laughed excitedly. That's a Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp made of Primal Chaos Ancestral Chi. You have such a treasure? Even the heavens are helping me. Once I kill you, the lamp will be mine. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of evil eyes flew to the side of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and shot out beams of evil light towards the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Bang, bang, bang. One attack after another bombarded the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, trying to break through its defense. The evil eyes were indeed powerful, as expected of a demonic art. Not only could they search souls, but they could also release such powerful attacks. However, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses were also very strong. The light of Primal Chaos blocked the enemy's attacks. What a great treasure! I can't wait to get my hands on it. Brat, do you think you can use this treasure to block my attack? That's just a fantasy. If I can't break through your Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses, I'll break your neck. Although I'll lose the doppelganger secret technique, I'll be satisfied to get this Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The yin-yang realm death warrior's voice sounded sinister. Haha, is that so? You want to break my neck? I don't think you'll do that. What's the big deal about a doppelganger secret technique? I have a doppelganger secret technique that's even stronger. Don't you think that my physical body is a little too strong for a general? Do you want to know my doppelganger secret technique? Come and search my soul if you have the ability. Lin Feng sneered. The yin-yang realm death warrior's body trembled. Indeed, Lin Feng had the strength of a general. His physical body was extremely strong. What was the most important thing for a cultivator to cultivate? Of course, the most important thing was to be strong. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Doppelganger Secret Technique weren't part of one's cultivation. If one could obtain a doppelganger secret technique that could greatly increase one's physical strength, they would be able to increase their own strength. Thinking of this, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's eyes burned with passion. He originally wanted to break Lin Feng's neck and take the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, but he quickly suppressed that thought. He began to madly attack the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, wanting to break through its defenses. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He had finally stalled the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior. Bang, 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 after madly attacking for more than 2 hours. Crack, crack. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defenses had reached their limits and were about to collapse. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior said in a sinister voice, "Brat, you can't hold on any longer. Your time is up. Break." It was accompanied by a deep shout. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior activated his evil eye and launched a final frenzied attack on the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng knew that the moment of life and death had arrived. If the Yin-Yang Realm Cultivator didn't die, then he would. After recovering for 2 hours, Lin Feng had recovered a lot of his strength. Bronze Fragment. Finally, Lin Feng could activate the Bronze Fragment. The Bronze Fragment instantly flew out. "Brat, I've been on guard against you. Do you think you can break through my defenses with a treasure?" The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's face was full of disdain. A thick layer of magic power coiled around his body. It seemed that this Yin-Yang Realm Cultivator already knew about Lin Feng's plan, but he didn't care. This was because he was confident in his own defenses. But a moment later, the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's face was filled with shock. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A green light flashed and pierced through his chest. "How is this possible? What is this? How can it break through my defenses?" The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior couldn't believe this was real. Even a peak treasure couldn't break through his defenses. A treasure that will take your life. Lin Feng punched the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior's chest and sent him flying. The bronze fragment flew back into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng pounced on the Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior. "Die, brat!" The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior roared and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. A centipede would die, but not fall down. Bang! Lin Feng collided with the Death Warrior's attack. A terrifying force swept through his body, and Lin Feng was sent flying hundreds of meters before falling into the forest. The Yin-Yang Realm Death Warrior spat out a large mouthful of blood. That attack had been his limit. It would be difficult for him to attack a second time. Whoosh. Chapter 422. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to kill him anymore. Lin Feng lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly. He could only let the Yin-Yang Realm Warrior escape. The Yin-Yang Realm Warrior's chest had been pierced through. It was a fatal injury, but he was too strong, so he didn't die. This was definitely the best opportunity to kill this Yin-Yang Realm Warrior. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was also at the end of his rope. It was a miracle that Lin Feng had survived this life-and-death battle. However, Lin Feng felt intense pain all over his body. He almost couldn't muster any strength. Roar! 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 Deep roars rang out. 3 huge creatures that were 5 to 6 meters long and 4 to 5 meters tall jumped out of the forest. The eyes of the 3 behemoths were ghastly green, flickering with a bone-chilling light. They were 3 huge wolves of the forest. They were one of the most terrifying creatures in the forest. This was because wolves usually lived in packs. It was easy for them to summon the wolves that were scattered all over the place to search for food. However, it was clear that the 3 huge wolves didn't want to share this prey with their companions. The 3 gigantic wolves of the forest roared in a deep voice and threw themselves at Lin Feng with the intention of killing him. However, just as the 3 giant forest wolves were about to pounce on them, boom! Suddenly, a black hole appeared and enveloped the 3 huge wolves. The 3 huge wolves let out terrified cries. In the next moment, bang! The 3 huge wolves exploded into a bloody mist that was devoured by the black hole. Phew! Lin Feng devoured the bloodline power of the 3 huge wolves. After replenishing his blood qi, he felt much better and recovered some strength. He sat up from the ground. This was the terrifying part of the devouring martial soul. Devour! Devour! There was nothing in the world that Lin Feng couldn't devour. Dharma treasures, secret techniques, divine abilities, living beings, even stones, flowers, and trees. Lin Feng could devour them all and refine them into his own essence qi. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. The Archean dragonesque elephant's power flowed through his body, healing his injuries. Above Lin Feng, a huge vortex appeared, and the energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In Lin Feng's hand, he was also holding a high-grade spirit stone. He was quickly absorbing the energy of these spirit stones and the pure energy of heaven and earth to restore his body. Lin Feng closed his eyes and immersed himself in the abstruse and mysterious feeling. Although he had a slim chance of survival in a battle with the Yin-Yang realm expert, he was still able to survive. However, it gave Lin Feng a completely new feeling. He fell into a deep state of epiphany. He sat there for an hour. In this deep level of enlightenment, Lin Feng found himself in an ancient world, which was vast and boundless. Below them was a boundless ocean. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a huge fish rushing out of the ocean. The moment the fish rushed out of the ocean, there was an intense energy fluctuation on the surface of its body. Lin Feng was shocked. That was the fluctuation of power. That fish had magical powers. When it rushed into the sky, it suddenly turned into a Kuan Peng. When it spread its wings, it could extend for 3,000 miles. When it flapped its wings, it could fly for 80,000 miles. That fish was called a Kuan. It was a fish in the depths of the ocean that could cultivate. However, when the Kuan cultivated magical powers and flew out of the ocean, it turned into a Peng. It was a Kuan in the ocean and a Peng in the sky. This was a transformation. So, this is magical powers, Lin Feng muttered. He understood the true meaning of magical powers. What was magical powers? Magical powers were the power that could turn a Kuan into a Peng. Kuan was just a fish in the ocean. However, Peng was a divine bird that soared in the 9 heavens. Kuan turning into a Peng was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Magical powers were the power that allowed one to reach the heavens in a single step. However, although he understood what magical powers were, Lin Feng's cultivation was still at the martial general realm. It was difficult for him to break through. If Lin Feng was at the peak of the 10th level of the martial king realm, he would have just understood what magical powers were. He would have immediately broken through from the 10th level of the martial general realm to the Yin-Yang realm. He would have completed the transformation of reaching the heavens in a single step. Of course, although it was impossible to complete the magnificent feat of breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm. However, Lin Feng still found that his cultivation was crazily increasing. Boom! Within his body, a powerful fluctuation swept out like a stormy sea. Lin Feng had the urge to look up to the sky and roar. Roar! A sound that sounded like a dragon's roar and an elephant's roar came from Lin Feng's body. A powerful force erupted from his body. Lin Feng was originally at the 6th level of the martial general realm and had the strength of 3,125 dragons and elephants. However, after breaking through, Lin Feng's strength had increased to 15,625 dragons and elephants. The strength of a dragon and elephant was equivalent to the strength of 10 dragons. Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 156,250 dragons. When the 5 devouring martial spirits were activated, Lin Feng's strength increased by 5 times. That would be 781,250 dragon power. Ordinary cultivators, at the 7th level of the martial general realm, had 15,625 dragons. Lin Feng's strength was 50 times that of cultivators of the same level. For ordinary cultivators, the 8th heavenly layer of a martial general would have 78,125 dragons of power. The 9th heavenly layer of a martial general would have 39,625 dragons of power, and the 10th heavenly layer of a martial general would have 1,953,125 dragons of power. Lin Feng's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the martial general realm. Relying on his secret technique, he could easily crush a 10th level martial general realm cultivator. Of course, even if he was facing some low-level martial kings, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the martial king realm were regarded as low-level martial kings. He could still kill them with his secret technique and 5 devouring martial spirits. Previously, Lin Feng had already killed 15 low-level martial kings. After breaking through, Lin Feng was naturally very happy. However, he did not show it on his face because Lin Feng knew that his cultivation was still far from those top experts. Swish, swish! The golden wings spread out and Lin Feng quickly flew back. Fire Qilin, the old man, Qing Er, and Xiao Yunyan were all anxiously waiting for Lin Feng. Fire Qilin's expression was very ugly. He was a little restless. The person who had chased Lin Feng to kill him was Yin Yang Realm Cultivator. This made him feel very uneasy. However, he had been powerless at that time. If he was exposed, he would have let down Lin Feng's good intentions. Divine power. Fire Qilin gritted his teeth and raised his claws. He wanted to have divine power so much, but his body was still dry. No divine power flowed out. Swish! Suddenly, the concealment array disappeared and Lin Feng appeared. After seeing Lin Feng, Fire Qilin heaved a sigh of relief. His anxious heart could finally be at ease. Big brother, Xiao Yunyan missed you so much. Xiao Yunyan threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Qing also looked at Lin Feng very excitedly. She had been worried to death just now. I'm fine. We can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. There were more than 10 black flame beasts left behind by the dead martial kings. Lin Feng subdued a black flame beast. Everyone rode on the black flame beast and quickly left under the cover of the night. Chapter 4:23. 1 month later, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin left the West Continent and returned to the Crimson Fire Country. As for the old man, Qing Er and Yunyan, Lin Feng had already taken care of them and sent them to the old man's older cousin. The old man was a straightforward person and was very happy to see his older cousin bringing his 2 granddaughters to join him. Lin Feng gave the old man, Qing Er, and Yunyan 1 million silver taels for them to keep in case they might need it in the future. He also gave the old man 100,000 silver taels for him to help take care of the 3 granddaughters. The old man saw that Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary and his qi was deep and powerful. He also saw Qing Er's affectionate expression towards him, so he guessed that there might be a close relationship between Lin Feng and Qing Er, so he solemnly agreed. He was a straightforward person, so even if he didn't have 100,000 silver taels, he would still take care of them, not to mention the reward. At this moment, Lin Feng was resting in the Crimson Cloud City of the Crimson Fire Country. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin were walking on the street and saw a notice in the distance. Many people gathered around to take a look. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin also walked over. There was a picture of a young noble on the notice. Anyone who reports this person's whereabouts will be rewarded 100,000 silver taels. Anyone who captures this person will be rewarded 100,000 gold taels. 1 gold coin was enough for a family of 3 to live for a month. 100,000 gold coins was a great fortune. Many people began to talk about this and tried to guess who this wanted young man was. Isn't that me? The Qingyang sect is looking for me. Lin Feng slightly frowned. The Qingyang sect was clearly very capable. They had spread the news to the neighboring countries, so Lin Feng's wanted posters were everywhere. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Qingyang sect. Even though he had conflicts with them before, he didn't have a bad impression of them. However, after the yin-yang cultivator from the Qingyang sect tried to kill him, Lin Feng found out that the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect were secretly cultivating demonic arts. The Qingyang sect spent so much effort to arrest him, probably because they were worried that he would spread the news that the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect were cultivating the demonic arts, which would bring endless trouble to the Qingyang sect. Lin Feng touched his chin and murmured, "Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Look, isn't that kid the one wanted by the higher-ups?" Someone suddenly pointed at Lin Feng. Swish! Many people turned around and were surprised when they saw Lin Feng. Clearly, they didn't expect the Qingyang sect's wanted person. "Capture him and get a reward of 100,000 gold," shouted a cultivator. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were so many people to capture Lin Feng. "Humph, you can try if you don't want to die," Lin Feng said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force was emitted from his body. When they sensed Lin Feng's force, many people's faces turned deathly pale. They were astonished by Lin Feng's strength. "Let's go." Lin Feng glanced at the fire qilin. Whoosh! The fire qilin jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng unfolded his golden wings and flew out of the city. "He's here? Very good." In a restaurant not far away, a pair of gloomy eyes appeared and watched Lin Feng leave. Soon after, a piece of news spread quickly in the Qihua nation. It was about the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect practicing the demonic arts. The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect were furious when they heard the news. They naturally knew that it must have been Lin Feng who spread the news. The Qingyang sect hurriedly ordered people to suppress the news. Although they had the help of the royal family of the Qihua nation, it was still too late. The news quickly spread from the Qihua nation to the divine land of the East Province and even to the other provinces. The martial spirit palace of the divine land of the East Province had already sent people to investigate the matter. The martial spirit palace was one of the top 3 forces in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianmu continent. It was even more powerful than the ancient dynasty and the ancient sacred land. The 3 forces were the martial spirit palace, the spiritual array master guild, and the alchemist guild. These 3 great forces were the inheritances that ran through every great era. The spiritual array master guild and the alchemist guild were the greatest forces formed by spiritual array masters and alchemists. The martial spirit palace was naturally related to the martial spirit palace. The martial spirit palace was a very special force. It was a neutral force and was chosen by countless forces to supervise the world. What was supervise the world? For example, which place was rioting demons, which force was colluding with the diabolism, and which force was ostensibly a righteous force but secretly did the same thing as the diabolism. This was the responsibility of the martial spirit palace, which was to monitor the world. Although the martial spirit palace did not have the power to directly order the major forces, the investigation of the martial spirit palace was very important for the major forces. If the martial spirit palace defined the Qingyang sect as an evil sect, the major forces would unite to annihilate the Qingyang sect in one fell swoop. This was the responsibility of the martial spirit palace. Of course, the martial spirit palace was very fair. It was because of this that the major forces recognized it. Now that the martial spirit palace had appeared in the Qihua nation and was investigating the Qingyang sect, the Qingyang sect was very busy. Lin Feng and the fire qilin were resting in a mountain forest. "Do you still want to go to the Qingyang sect to see Zi Zhao's sister?" the fire qilin asked. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't think that the Qingyang sect would be in such a bad situation. However, the Qingyang sect isn't a good place either. If I go to the Qingyang sect now, I'll be walking right into their trap. In that case, let's go back," the fire qilin said. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I promised Zi Xiao that I would take care of his sister. I don't know what's going on with her. Even if the Qingyang sect is dangerous, I still want to go and see. The Fire Kylan nodded. That's easy. Just wear a bamboo hat. The Fire Kylan's suggestion was a good idea. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura came from the distance. It was quickly approaching Lin Feng. The Fire Kylan said, "Some strong cultivators are coming. It seems like they're coming for you." Lin Feng nodded and flew away, but he wasn't able to escape in time. Two cultivators were driving an ancient chariot towards him. The ancient chariot was extraordinary. It emitted a dense yin qi, as if it was a demonic soldier that had rushed out of hell. Two middle-aged cultivators stood on the chariot. They had sinister expressions, and when they saw Lin Feng, they sneered. They flew down from the ancient battlefield and surrounded Lin Feng. "Kid, you can't escape!" The cold voice suddenly echoed in the mountain forest. One of the cultivators directly reached out with his right hand. Whoosh! A claw light condensed and attacked Lin Feng's chest. Chapter 4:24. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly dodged to the left. The attack didn't hit Lin Feng, but it hit a tree 30 meters behind Lin Feng. The tree was instantly crushed by the claw. What a powerful attack! Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The two people in front of him were middle-aged men in their 40s. One of them was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. Their bodies emitted a gloomy aura. Obviously, they were two experts of the Devil Dao. "Brat, you're not bad. You actually managed to dodge my attack." The one who attacked was a man in a black robe. His voice was gloomy, like the sound of a midnight snack. It was hoarse and unpleasant to the ear. Hearing this voice gave people a creepy feeling. "Who are you? I don't seem to have any enmity with you, right?" Lin Feng coldly looked at the two people. These two people were abnormally strong. Lin Feng estimated that they should be at the 5th layer of the Martial King realm, because these two cultivators made Lin Feng feel deeply threatened. Cultivators at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layer of the Martial King realm were no match for Lin Feng. Although a 4th layer Martial King realm cultivator was stronger than Lin Feng, it was very difficult for Lin Feng to feel this way. Only cultivators at the 5th layer of the Martial King realm or even stronger could make Lin Feng feel this way. "You're the one wanted by the Qingyang sect, right?" The black-robed cultivator didn't answer. Lin Feng sneered and said, "For a mere 100,000 gold coins, you're going to make such a big fuss? I'll give you 1,000,000 gold coins. Hurry up and leave." Hee hee. The two people suddenly laughed gloomily. The cultivator in the white robe sneered and said, "Brat, you underestimate us too much. The Qingyang sect has issued an underworld hunting order. Anyone who can take your head will not only receive 1,000,000 spirit stones, but also an ancient magical technique. Of course, the most important thing is that the Qingyang sect will remember this favor. Making an ancient power owe you a favor. This business is quite good." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't thought that the Qingyang sect would issue an underworld hunting order. Lin Feng frowned and asked, "What's this underworld hunting order?" He Sha sneered and said, "Since you're going to die soon, I'll teach you a lesson today. It's a kind of bounty in the dark world. Anyone from the evil path, the demonic path, the demon clan, the Yao clan, and so on can receive a bounty. Even assassins and righteous cultivators who have hidden their identities can receive the bounty. Once they complete the bounty, they'll receive a huge reward." "Then where is this underworld hunting order issued?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "That's not something you should know," the white demons said gloomily. The black demons said, "Brat, are you done with your nonsense? If you know what's good for you, kill yourself. That way you won't die in pain. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lin Feng smiled icily. "I think you're both blind dogs. Surprisingly, you dared come and offend me. If you leave now, you can still live. If you don't, you'll die here." When the black demon duo heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately flew into a rage. A trashy general realm cultivator How dare he look down on the black demon duo? The black demon duo had been famous for a long time. How could they be looked down on like this? The black demon sneered. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly. When we catch you later, we won't kill you directly. Instead, we'll slice off your flesh piece by piece and torture you to death. Do it. The white demon waved his hand, and the two of them attacked Lin Feng. As long as the black demon duo attacked, no matter what their opponent's cultivation level was, they would attack together. The two of them were cautious people. It was because of this caution that they had survived until now. Even if they were dealing with Lin Feng, who was a general realm, and they still followed the same train of thought as when they were fighting their enemies. If they were going to attack, they would attack together. Swoosh, swoosh. The black demon duo attacked Lin Feng from the left and right. The black demon used a ghostly shadow hand technique, condensing claw lights that grabbed at Lin Feng. The white demon used a devil's ghost fist technique, and a dense number of fist shadows flew towards Lu Sheng. The shadows of the fists seemed to transform into demons as they pounced towards him. Lin Feng quickly retreated. Bang! However, under the joint attack of the black demon duo, he was still sent flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil. The black demon duo was at least in the fifth heaven of the Martial King realm. It was too difficult for him to deal with them now, and he was at a great disadvantage. I have to defeat one of them first. Only by catching them off guard can I kill them. Otherwise, I'll be the one to die. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although the situation was extremely bad for Lin Feng had experienced too many life and death battles. He had even experienced a fierce battle with the Yin-Yang realm men of sacrifice of the Qingyang sect. Therefore, Lin Feng had developed a calm personality. He knew that if he fought against the black demon duo, it would be difficult for him to win. Only by killing one of them first would he have a chance of winning. However, Lin Feng also knew that with his strength, it would be extremely difficult to kill any one of them. Unless he could catch them off guard, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Boom, boom! The black demon duo attacked again. Come out, ancient Holy Emperor Cheongqi's clone, said Lin Feng while waving his right hand. Roar, roar. A deep roar spread in the air as the two-headed Cheongqi appeared and threw itself at the black demon. A clone technique. That little boy has a clone technique. He Sha was shocked. Then his eyes were filled with endless greed. If a general could successfully create a clone technique, it had to be an extremely powerful clone technique. The black demon duo were martial kings. If they could obtain a clone technique, it would be much easier to create one. Thinking about that, the black demon duo was excited. Brother, I'll deal with the clone. You deal with that little boy. Don't kill him, capture him alive, said the black demon in a sinister voice. Don't worry, I won't let him die, said the black demon duo, said the white demon while smiling ferociously. However, he didn't say the word die. Suddenly, the white fiend held his head and let out an incomparably mournful scream. Oh no, a soul attack! Little boy, you want to die. The black demon's expression changed drastically. He wanted to protect the white demon, but the two-headed Cheongqi stopped him. Lin Feng moved towards the white demon, who was covering his head and shrieking in agony. You're fighting a battle of life and death. Surprisingly, you're distracted. Besides, you made a fatal mistake. You underestimated me, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. He threw a punch at the white demon. Boom! A loud explosion spread in the air. The white demon was blown away by Lin Feng's punch and coughed up blood. Chapter 4:25. Whoosh! After injuring Bai Sha, Lin Feng moved towards Bai Sha. It was the best time to kill Bai Sha. If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to find another one. He rushed to the front of the white fiend in an instant. His palm was surrounded by the power of thunder, and he blasted it toward the white fiend. Little boy, even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Bai Sha had been severely injured. He looked ferocious. It was a moment of life and death, and he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng condensed thunderbolts and threw them at Bai Sha. His thunderbolts intertwined and released a terrifying twisting strength which moved towards Bai Sha. Bang! A thunderous sound spread in the air. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation had condensed into a ball of lightning and crashed into Bai Sha's body. Half of Bai Sha's body exploded. Blood splashed everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Brother! When He Sha saw that, his expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but the two-headed winged tiger had stopped him. Die together! Bai Sha looked at his body and knew he couldn't survive. He smiled ferociously and threw himself at Lin Feng. His body began to swell. When Lin Feng saw that, his expression changed drastically. Bai Sha looked like he was going to self-destruct. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly moved away, but he didn't have enough time to dodge Bai Sha's self-destruction. Dracophant protection, shouted Lin Feng. The Dracophant strength surrounded Lin Feng. Boom! After that, the sound of an explosion filled the air. Bai Sha, a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer, had chosen to self-destruct. He wanted to take Lin Feng down with him before he died. The self-destruction of a cultivator of the Qi layer was terrifying. The surrounding forest was destroyed in a flash. Lin Feng was blown away by the explosion. Wah, wah, wah. Lin Feng coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood in midair. Lin Feng's body violently crashed into a tree. The tree was broken by the force of the collision. Thump! Lin Feng was thrown 30 meters away. His body was twitching. The self-destruction of a cultivator of the 5th celestial layer was terrifying. Even though Lin Feng had a strong body and Dracophant strength, he was still injured. He hurriedly took a healing pill to suppress the injuries on his body. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. He Sha roared furiously. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Lin Feng's heart. When he was young, he and Bai Sha had joined the demonic path and had been together for 30 years. Bai Sha had been killed by Lin Feng. Bang, bang, bang. He Sha's 3 palm strikes landed on the two-headed Qiong Qi's body. He Sha was completely risking his life to send the two-headed Qiong Qi flying. Then, He Sha quickly moved towards Lin Feng. Kill, kill, kill. He only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to kill Lin Feng to avenge Bai Sha. Soul Sword. Lin Feng used his secret soul technique again. He wanted to attack He Sha as he had done with Bai Sha, but this time he failed. He Sha had learned his lesson from Bai Sha. His body was surrounded by a strong qi, and he blocked Lin Feng's soul sword. Lin Feng couldn't use his secret soul technique anymore. He could only rely on his own strength to fight He Sha. However, Lin Feng knew his own condition. Bai Sha's self-destruction had injured him. It would be even more difficult to kill He Sha. In the distance, the fire Qilin stood on a rock and watched the battle. He didn't interfere in the battle between Lin Feng and the black-white double demons. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He Sha punched at Lin Feng. His cheek condensed into a huge hand, and he slammed it towards Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly moved to the left and dodged He Sha's attack. He Sha's attack landed on the ground, creating a 10-meter deep hole. He Sha was in a berserk state. His battle strength had increased. He Sha's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. He attacked more than 10 times, but Lin Feng relied on his speed to dodge each attack. You coward, do you only know how to dodge? He Sha roared angrily. Lin Feng kept dodging He Sha's attacks because he was recovering quickly. He looked indifferent and said coldly, in a battle of life and death, who cares about how to fight? What a joke. I think you're just an idiot. Brat, you killed my junior brother. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. He Sha sneered. Lin Feng sneered. You're allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? What kind of logic is that? Since you want to kill me, and go to the Qingyang sect to get the reward. You should be prepared to be killed by me." "Brat die!" He Sha roared. His speed suddenly increased a lot. It was unknown if he had used some powerful secret technique. This time, Lin Feng found it difficult to dodge He Sha's attacks. However, Lin Feng realized that he had almost recovered. Black Fiend Demon Fist. He Sha instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. He roared and punched out 36 times. The Black Fiend Demon Fist overlapped with each other. With each punch, the power would increase exponentially. Therefore, when He Sha performed 36 Black Fiend Demon Fists in a row, his attacks had reached an extreme. The ultimate form of the Devouring Martial Spirit. 5 Devouring Martial Spirits as one. Facing He Sha's violent attacks, Lin Feng also began to use his strongest battle strength. The 5 Devouring Martial Spirits were activated. When the 5 Devouring Martial Spirits fused together, an unimaginably powerful confinement force was formed. That confinement force directly enveloped He Sha. He Sha's speed quickly decreased. "You actually have 5 martial spirits. Brat, you must die." He Sha was terrified. He was overwhelmed with shock. This brat in front of him was too terrifying. If he didn't kill him, he would definitely die in the future. He Sha even regretted accepting this mission, but it was too late. Now, it had reached the point where it was either you die or I die. "Break!" He Sha roared. Even though Lin Feng had condensed 5 devouring martial spirits, he was still able to move. He Sha was much stronger than the White Sha. He Sha threw a punch at Lin Feng. If that punch landed on Lin Feng's body, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. At that time, he would inevitably face the fate of death. But just when He Sha thought that he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt that his body was entangled by a dense rope. Entanglement technique. When He Sha's terrifying punch was about to land on his body, Lin Feng used the entanglement technique to entangle He Sha. Lin Feng was a powerful spiritual array master. Although Lin Feng rarely used spiritual array masters when fighting against cultivators, it didn't mean that Lin Feng didn't know how to use spiritual array masters. Lin Feng not only knew how to use spiritual array masters, but he also knew a lot more. This was his final trump card. At this moment, when his life was in danger, Lin Feng used this trump card. The effect was amazing. If Lin Feng had revealed that he was a spiritual array master at the beginning, He Sha would have been prepared and his entanglement technique wouldn't have worked. A spiritual array master. He Sha looked terrified. That's right. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He quickly moved forwards and used his hand as a blade, cutting through the air. Poof! He Sha's head flew up into the sky. Blood splashed everywhere. He Sha's body crashed to the ground. Huff! Huff! Lin Feng knelt on the ground and panted heavily. This battle made him feel deeply exhausted. Rumble! At this moment, dozens of flaming demonic beasts came from afar. On each of the flaming demonic beasts sat a terrifying cultivator with unfathomable strength. Seeing those powerful cultivators riding the flaming demonic beasts, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Chapter 4:26. Lin Feng wanted to leave, but it was too late. Those people riding raging flame magical beasts had already rushed over, and they stopped. The leader of the group was an old man and a mysterious woman whose face was covered by a veil. "Mr. Yen, look! The dead people are the black-white double evil spirits. They're on the Martial Spirit Palace's wanted list. Many strong cultivators tried to kill them, but they managed to escape. Who would have thought they'd die here?" said a strong cultivator. "The Martial Spirit Palace? Those people are from the Martial Spirit Palace?" Lin Feng was surprised, but he was relieved. The old man called Mr. Yan nodded and looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Yan's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't thought that the one who had killed the black-white double evil spirits would be an 18 or 19-year-old young man. However, Mr. Yan hadn't seen Lin Feng kill the black-white double evil spirits with his own eyes. so he didn't know whether or not Lin Feng had killed them. "Did you kill the black-white double evil spirits?" asked Mr. Yen. Lin Feng stood up and nodded. Many people gasped. That young man, he was so young, but he had killed the black-white double evil spirits. That was incredible. Many people frowned when they sensed Lin Feng's cultivation level. That young man was only a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer. How could a cultivator of the 7th celestial layer kill the black-white double evil spirits? Was that a joke? Mr. Yen frowned as well. He also thought that Lin Feng wasn't telling the truth. Maybe Lin Feng's friends had killed the black-white double evil spirits, and they had just left. Or maybe there were other reasons. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the people of the Martial Spirit Palace. He took the black-white double evil spirits rings, put them away, and turned around to leave. The veiled woman, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said, "Wait a moment!" That woman's voice was soft and gentle. It sounded like she was in a beautiful place. When Lin Feng heard that voice, he had the impression that the evil qi in his heart had dispersed. "Is there anything else?" Lin Feng looked at the masked woman. He vaguely felt that the one with the highest position in the Martial Spirit Palace was probably not the elder called Elder Yen, but the veiled woman. "Take it." The veiled woman tossed out a token. Lin Feng caught the token. Martial Spirit Palace. Core Disciple Token. Lin Feng was shocked. When you arrive in Tianqing City, you can join the Eastern Country's Godly Spirit Palace and become a core disciple. If you perform well, you can represent the Eastern Country's Godly Spirit Palace and compete against the geniuses of the Tianwu continent's Godly Spirit Palace. You can explore mysterious places and receive inheritances. You can learn the most ancient cultivation techniques and the best cultivation resources. Even the ancient dynasties and holy lands can't compare with the resources of the Godly Spirit Palace. The masked woman's seductive voice rang out. "Thank you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Then he turned around and jumped into the forest. That little boy is surprisingly calm. Many people rolled their eyes. They knew what the core token of the Martial Spirit Palace represented. Someone once took out such a token to auction, and the bidder actually used 3 countries larger than the Zhan Wu country to bid for such a martial spirit token. Master Yuji, martial spirit orders are given to super geniuses of the yin-yang layer. That little boy is only a little general. Why did you give him a martial spirit order? Asked Elder Yen cautiously. Elder Yan's name was Yen Qing. His identity was not simple. He was the leader of the Divine Land Martial Spirit Palace in the East County. He was the #1 leader of the Divine Land Martial Spirit Palace in the East County. However, in front of this masked woman, he was still very cautious. One could imagine the identity of this masked woman. A general who killed the black-white double demons, who were cultivators of the 5th celestial layer. "What do you think?" asked the veiled woman, glancing at Elder Yen. Said Elder Yen, "Of course, he's terrifyingly talented. However, it's hard to say whether that little boy killed them or not. Even if he did, it's hard to say whether he has some kind of precious treasure." The veiled woman smiled and said, "When he left, a young beast followed him. Did you see what it was?" Elder Yen nodded and said, "I saw it, but I don't know what kind of beast it was." Obviously, they thought the fire Qilin was a young beast. After all, the fire Qilin's cultivation had disappeared and its body had shrunk. "It was a divine beast, a fire Qilin," said the veiled woman. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air suddenly resounded in the mountain forest. Someone who could make a divine beast follow him? Either he was a peerless cultivator, or he was an incredible genius recognized by a divine beast, but obviously Lin Feng wasn't a peerless cultivator, so the latter was the only possibility. "I originally wanted to invite him to the headquarters of the Martial Spirit Palace, but the situation in the headquarters is complicated. It won't be good for his growth." The veiled woman glanced at Elder Yen indifferently. Elder Yen hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master Yuji." All right. The veiled woman nodded indifferently. Let's go to the Qingyang sect. After we're done with the Qingyang sect, we have to find the mysterious Een witch. It's said that the mysterious Een witch has come to the world. She should be around 11 or 12 years old now. She needs to be 15 years old to awaken the incredible power hidden deep in her memories. She probably hasn't awakened yet, but we don't know where she is hiding in the eastern province. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a group of people rode on their flaming beasts and left quickly. Those people from the Martial Spirit Palace must be going to the Qingyang sect to investigate, right? Lin Feng looked at the Martial Spirit Palace's core disciple medallion and put it away. He hadn't thought about which force to join yet. If the Martial Spirit Palace's treatment was as good as the veiled woman had said, it would be a good way to go. The Fire Qilin frowned and said, "That woman is terrifying. She gives me the creeps." "She's that strong?" Lin Feng was shocked. The Fire Qilin nodded solemnly and said, "Normally, the Martial Spirit Palace of the Eastern Province shouldn't have such a terrifying person. She must be one of the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Palace. But I don't know why the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Palace came to a barren place like the Eastern Province. I don't know." Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't care about these things. Lin Feng found a secluded place and started to heal. Although the battle with the black-white double demons had been dangerous, Lin Feng had gained a lot. What made him happy was that if he combined his cultivation with his formation skills, even a cultivator of the fifth sky of the Martial King layer wouldn't be a match for him. A day later, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. His injuries had completely healed. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin didn't stop and flew towards the Qingyang sect. Chapter 4:27. The Qingyang sect was located in the depths of the ancient forest. There was a huge dragon vein here, and dragon chi was rising. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge dragon crouching in the depths of the ancient forest. The dragon vein represented fate. The Qingyang sect was located on the dragon vein, which could continue the fate of the sect. This sect had been around for nearly 100,000 years. It relied on this dragon vein to continue the fate of the sect. Geniuses were constantly born, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. Every day, many people came from all over the world, wanting to join the Qingyang sect to cultivate. In the eyes of ordinary people, being able to join the Qingyang sect was equivalent to entering the celestial gate. In the future, they would be able to fly in the sky, burrow into the ground, and move mountains and seas like the gods in the legends. Is that the Qingyang sect? Lin Feng stood on a mountain peak in the distance and looked out. He felt that there were continuous mountains in the distance, and among the mountains, a huge dragon was resting on the ground. Of course, it was not a real dragon. It was formed by the dragon vein of the Qingyang sect. It was magnificent and majestic. What a heavenly paradise, Lin Feng murmured. The Qingyang sect has occupied a good place. You know, the divine land of the Eastern County is not like other states. This place is relatively barren, and dragon veins are very rare, the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. It was precisely because dragon veins were rare in the divine land of the Eastern County that the Qingyang sect was different from the rest. Being able to obtain a dragon vein in the barren divine land of the Eastern County was enough to show how powerful this force was. Lin Feng wore a bamboo hat and arrived near the gate of the Qingyang sect with the Fire Qilin. The security here was very strict. There were disciples patrolling the mountain, and there were restrictions guarding the gate. The only way to enter was through the gate. Lin Feng wanted to see if there were other ways, but he couldn't find any. The mountains are surrounded by restrictions. These restrictions are very difficult to break. Even if they are broken, I'm afraid I'll be discovered. Lin Feng murmured and frowned slightly. He originally wanted to sneak into the Qingyang sect to find Zi Zhao's sister, but it was obvious that this plan was going to be ruined. As Lin Feng frowned, he saw a wretched silhouette moving towards the back of the mountain. When Lin Feng saw that silhouette, he was astonished. It was the boundless Taoist priest. Surprisingly, it was that damn Taoist priest. Why was he in the Qingyang sect? And why was he acting so sneakily? It seemed like he had ulterior motives. This Taoist priest doesn't do good things, but he does bad things. He definitely didn't come to the Qingyang sect to do good things. The fire Qilin couldn't help but roll its eyes after seeing Immeasurable Taoist. The fire Qilin had a deep impression of the Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng nodded and quickly followed. Taoist Wuliang was very alert. When he saw that someone was following them, he immediately took out a flying sword. Lin Feng took out his black dragon sword and knocked Wuliang's flying sword away. Taoist, it's a small world. What a coincidence that we meet again. Lin Feng smiled at Taoist Wuliang. It's you, kid! Taoist Wuliang's face turned green when he saw Lin Feng. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, Damn you, Taoist Master Wuliang. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. I can't believe I met a shameless kid like you again. Lin Feng said, You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Taoist Wuliang curled his lips and said, The Qingyang sect is looking for you everywhere. What are you doing here? Taoist Wuliang rubbed his chin and said, I heard that the Qingyang sect has issued an arrest warrant for you. I'm considering if I should capture you now and send you to the Qingyang sect to receive a reward. Taoist Wuliang changed his tone and said, But if you return the sky-devouring jar to me, I'll consider pretending that I didn't see you. Lin Feng sneered and said, Are you daydreaming? How dare you have designs on my treasure? Do you believe that I won't kill you today? Come, let's see who will kill who. Taoist Wuliang stared at Lin Feng fearlessly. Lin Feng knew Taoist Wuliang very well. He was a despicable, shameless, and insidious bastard. Lin Feng didn't want to fight with Taoist Wuliang, so he said, Why bother? It won't be good for either of us to fight. I'm guessing that you have your own reasons for coming to the Qingyang sect, right? You're not someone who would just wander around aimlessly. Hey, do you want to join forces and do something big? Taoist Wuliang narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Oh, Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wuliang in surprise. Haven't you heard? The Martial Spirit Palace has come to investigate the Qingyang sect's higher-ups. I'm sure you're the one who spread the news, right? The higher-ups of the Qingyang sect are very busy dealing with the Martial Spirit Palace. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Taoist Wuliang rubbed his hands and said excitedly, What opportunity? Lin Feng was still confused. 10 miles to the west of the forest wherein is the place where the ancestors of the Qingyang sect are buried. The first ancestor of the Qingyang sect, the Qingyang holy man, was an existence that was infinitely close to being a god. Think about it. How many funerary objects were buried in his tomb? Taoist Wuliang counted with his fingers and said, Spirit stones, magic treasures, and ancient divine abilities. Grave robbing? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. If you dig up the graves of the Qingyang sect's ancestors, won't the sect hate you to death? Bah, brat, how can you say that? I'm an archaeologist, do you understand? This is archaeology. Taoist Wuliang boasted shamelessly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Lin Feng said, Are the graves of the Qingyang sect's ancestors connected to the Qingyang sect? Taoist Wuliang nodded. Of course. Okay, let's work together to break the restriction here. You go and do the archaeology, and I'll go to the Qingyang sect to find someone. Let's do our own thing, Lin Feng said. No problem. Taoist Wuliang nodded. Taoist Wuliang proposed to work with Lin Feng because he knew that Lin Feng was also a spiritual array master, and a high-grade one at that. The two of them arrived at a barren mountain more than 10 kilometers away. This was where the ancestors of the Qingyang sect were buried. The boundless Taoist priest and Lin Feng joined hands to break the deployment spells. The boundless Taoist priest said, My method of breaking deployment spells is called using deployment spells to break deployment spells. I'll tell you how to use deployment spells to break deployment spells. I'll be in charge of using deployment spells to break the deployment spells. You can help me create some simple deployment spells. Chapter 428. I'll go with the Taoist priest, said the Fire Qilin. Lin Feng nodded. The Fire Qilin had its own plans. Lin Feng flew ahead. Some disciples were patrolling the area, and cursing could be heard from afar. Damn it! He sent us here to patrol the Yin Mountain. It's so gloomy at night. That Zhang Hui is a bastard. He took advantage of the fact that his uncle is a deacon and transferred those bastards who tried to curry favor with him away from the Yin Mountain. How despicable. Sai, we have no power in the Qingyang sect. We can only stay here and see if we can curry favor with a core disciple and ask him to investigate this damn place, said another disciple. Lin Feng nodded. Yin Mountain was the place where the ancestors of the Qingyang sect were buried. It was a place where the dead were buried and had always been regarded as an ominous place by cultivators. Even if one were to patrol the mountain, no one would be willing to come to a place like Yin Mountain. The best place to patrol the mountain was naturally the entrance of the sect. If there were visitors, they would usually give them some spiritual stones. If there were powerful cultivators who were generous, they could easily give a few high-level spiritual stones. That was a huge amount of resources. Lin Feng avoided the patrolling disciples and entered the mountains in front of the Qingyang sect. There were many palaces in the mountains, and many of them were surrounded by dragon qi. The qi of the heaven and earth there was much thicker than outside. It probably had something to do with the dragon vein. The Qingyang sect's deployment spellcasters must have set up powerful deployment spells to absorb the qi of the heaven and earth. A lot of qi of the heaven and earth was gathering there. It was obviously an excellent place to practice cultivation. Who are you? Suddenly, a disciple arrived on his sword and saw Lin Feng wearing a bamboo hat. He couldn't help but feel strange and asked in a cold tone. Who are you? Said Lin Feng, raising his eyebrows. The disciple was shocked. Seeing Lin Feng's tough attitude, he thought, is he from the martial spirit palace? Thinking of this, he started sweating profusely. He jumped off the flying sword and said, I am Fan Changfu, an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect. May I know your name, senior brother? Seeing this disciple's change in attitude, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the people from the martial spirit palace coming to the Qingyang sect. Did this disciple think that he was a member of the martial spirit palace? By the way, I have a martial spirit token. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He took out the token and waved it at Fan Chang. Martial Spirit Palace. Core Disciple Token. Seeing this token, Fan Changfu's face turned pale with fright. How dare an inner disciple be so arrogant? Is this how the Qingyang sect behaves? Lin Feng immediately scolded in a cold voice. Fan Changfu was trembling with fear. He quickly said, Senior brother, it's all a misunderstanding, said Lin Feng. Let me ask you something. If you answer well, I'll forgive you for being disrespectful. Fan Changfu hurriedly said, As long as you know, I'll tell you everything. Do you know Zi Xiao? Asked Lin Feng. Fan Changfu nodded and said, I do, but I'm not familiar with Zi Xiao. Zi Xiao has been dead for a while. It's said that when he went to the Undying Mountain Range, he had an accident and died tragically. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Zi Xiao's death was something he couldn't forget. He continued asking, Zi Xiao has a younger sister. Do you know where she is? Senior brother, are you talking about Zi Ling? I know, said Fan Changfu hurriedly. Take me to her, said Lin Feng. Senior brother, come with me. Zi Xiao stepped onto his flying sword and flew off into the distance. Lin Feng also soared into the sky and flew off with Zi Xiao. In the outer sect, disciples' quarters. Shui Yang is here again. Hurry up and hide. A green-robed female disciple hurriedly ran into a courtyard and said to a young girl who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old, Although the girl was young, her figure was slender and she had a delicate and beautiful face. However, her face was very haggard. "Thank you for telling me, sister," said Ziling, her face pale. She ran out of the courtyard and into the forest. She hid in a small cave, shivering. She didn't know how many times she had hidden in that cave to avoid Shuiyang. Her small body was curled up, shivering. She looked very helpless in the dark. Swoosh! Soon, a young man who looked to be in his 20s flew over and entered the courtyard. "Where's Ziling?" asked the young man gloomily. The girl in green who had told Ziling to hide said, "Ling, she went into the forest to cultivate. She hasn't come back yet." "She hasn't come back? What a coincidence! Didn't I tell you to tell her to wait for me here when I was cultivating in seclusion a month ago? She went to cultivate again? Did she really go to cultivate? Or is she hiding from me?" This young man was the Shuiyang mentioned by the green-clothed girl. Shuiyang was a core disciple of the first celestial layer. He had a high status in the Qingyang sect. He had had a conflict with Zi Xiao before, but after Zi Zhao's death, he had broken through to the martial king layer. However, Shuiyang had not forgotten the conflict between him and Zi Xiao. He had always hated Zi Xiao. Since he could not take revenge on Zi Xiao, he thought of Zi Zhao's younger sister. Although Zi Zhao's younger sister was young, she was very beautiful. The first thing Shuiyang did after breaking through was to beg the elders of the sect to give Zi Zhao's sister to him. The elders didn't refuse and gave Zi Zhao's sister to Shuiyang. However, Shuiyang was worse than a beast. Half a year ago, he had tried to rape the 11-year-old Ziling. Ziling had almost been humiliated, but fortunately, someone had passed by at that time, and Ziling had taken the opportunity to escape. Although Ziling had been given to Shuiyang, she was still only 11 years old. If he wanted to do something to Ziling, that was worse than a beast, it would be too immoral. This matter had caused some of the higher-ups to be unhappy, which was why Shuiyang had not done anything to Ziling, for the time being. Ziling fled back to the outer courtyard to avoid Shuiyang's evil claws. Shuiyang would come to check on Ziling every once in a while. However, he had recently been bitterly cultivating with an elder, so he didn't have much time to be distracted. Ziling was spared from his evil schemes, but now the bitter training had ended. Shuiyang thought of Ziling's exquisite figure and exquisite face, and felt a ball of evil fire burning in his lower abdomen. Now, Ziling was already 12 years old. In Shuiyang's opinion, even if he raped Ziling, now, with his current status in the sect, those who opposed this matter before could now shut their mouths. Chapter 429. When she heard Shuiyang's question, she said, "She really went to cultivate. Many of my fellow disciples can testify to that." "Humph." Shuiyang looked gloomy and said coldly, "I don't believe that Ziling can hide from me forever." After saying that, Shuiyang walked outside. The girl in cyan sighed in relief. Ling could finally hide from this evil person for a while. Even though he felt sorry for her, his cultivation level was limited and he couldn't help her. "Brother, please wait," said a voice at that moment. But right at this moment, a voice sounded out, and then a young woman in blue walked out. She was called Lan Tian, and she was also an outer court disciple. "What's the matter?" Shuiyang didn't look happy. Lan Tian said, "Brother Shuiyang, Li Qingxian is lying. Ziling didn't go out to cultivate. When Li Qingxian saw you coming, she ran over and told you that Ziling went out to hide. Every time Ziling went out to hide, it was Li Qingxian who told her." When she heard Lan Tian, the girl's expression changed drastically. Many of the female disciples in the courtyard looked at Lan Tian with ugly gazes. They liked Ziling quite a lot, but they hated the calculative Lan Tian. However, their words carried little weight, and they couldn't help much. Faced with the angry looks of her fellow disciples, Lan Tian looked at them with disdain. She even glared at them provocatively. In Lan Tian, Ai's opinion, Shui Yang would become a yin yang cultivator sooner or later. If she could climb up to him now, her status in the sect would definitely rise. Slap! A loud slap rang out. Shui Yang raised his right hand and slapped Li Qingxian's face. A bloody handprint appeared on Li Qingxian's face. Shui Yang grabbed Li Qingxuan's neck and roared, "I was wondering why that little bitch was able to avoid me time and time again. So it's because you're helping her. Hurry up and tell me where she is, or I'll take your life." Li Qingxian looked at the ferocious Shui Yang in horror, but she still shook her head firmly. Li Qingxian could never forget the time when she had just joined the sect and was bullied by her fellow sect members to the point where she couldn't even eat. It was that cute little girl who had shared her own things with her. That once innocent and naive little girl liked to share everything about her and her brother with her. The ancient sects were a cruel world. Without talent, one was destined to be eliminated. If it wasn't for that little girl, he might have given up on cultivation long ago. Perhaps he would be accidentally killed when he was sparring with one of his senior brothers or sisters. Or perhaps he had long become a tool for a certain senior brother to vent his desires. It was that naive little girl's encouragement that made him stronger. Later on, that little girl gradually grew up. More than a year ago, when she heard that her brother had died, the naive little girl became helpless and pained. She never smiled again. Li Qingxuan's heart ached when she saw that. "Even if I die, I can't reveal Ling Er's whereabouts," Li Qingxian told herself. Shui Yang had a death grip on her neck, and her face had already become extremely pale. However, her eyes were fixed on Shui Yang, and she had no intention of yielding. A female disciple said, "Senior brother Shui, are you trying to strangle junior sister Qingxian to death? Although our status as outer sect disciples can't compare to yours, we're still disciples of the sect. If senior brother Shui really kills junior sister Qingxian, even if you're a core disciple now, the sect will still hold you accountable, right?" Shui Yang coldly glanced at the female disciple and threw Li Qingxian, who was about to be strangled to death, to the ground. At that moment, the female disciple called Lan Tian said, "Senior brother, please don't lower yourself to the same level as these lowly servants. I know where Ziling is hiding. I'll take you there. Lan Tiani, you bitch. You'll suffer retribution for doing such a heinous thing." Li Qingxian looked at Lan Tian'er with hatred. However, Lan Tian'er slapped Li Qingxian and screamed, "Li Qingxian, who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? Haha, not bad, not bad. You're called Lan Tian'er, right? I'll remember you. As long as I find Ziling, I'll reward you greatly. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Lan Tian'er hurriedly bowed, her face filled with joy. Shui Yang grabbed Li Qingxuan's hair and pulled her up. He kicked her and said coldly, "If that bitch Ziling doesn't submit, I'll use you to threaten her. Let's see if she'll submit to me because of you." "No, I'm not going. Let me go." Li Qingxian struggled violently. "Lead the way," Shui Yang said. Lan Tian led the way in front while Shui Yang dragged Li Qingxian by her hair, dragging her struggling body into the distance. "What should we do now? Ling won't be able to escape this time. We're too weak to help her. Sigh, I hope she'll be able to fend for herself." Many female disciples anxiously walked around in circles. Thinking about how difficult the path of cultivation was, they couldn't help but feel sad. "Senior brother, the courtyard in front is where Sister Ziling lives. Originally, Brother Zi Xiao had his own courtyard and Sister Ziling lived with him. However, after Brother Zi Xiao died, the sect took back his courtyard and sent Sister Ziling here to live with the other female disciples," Fan Changfu said carefully. He didn't know what the relationship between Lin Feng and Ziling was. Now that the sect was treating Ziling like this if he angered Lin Feng, Fan Changfu was worried that Ziling would vent her anger on him. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, What a realistic sect! Fan Qiangfu smiled wryly, not daring to say anything. Lin Feng and Fan Qiangfu went to the courtyard. The female disciples were still talking about Ziling. When they saw Fan Qiangfu, they quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brother Fan." Fan Qiangfu waved his hand and said, "Where is Sister Ziling? This is a big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace. He wants to see Sister Ziling." A big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace? Many female disciples' eyes lit up. They couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, who was wearing a bamboo hat. However, they couldn't see Lin Feng's face clearly. They didn't know why a big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace was looking for Ziling. The female disciple who had been glared at by Shui Yang quickly said, "Sir, please save Ling. If you're late, Sister Ziling will be raped. She's only 12 years old. If she's raped, how will she survive?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. His face darkened and he asked, "What's going on?" "Sir, we don't have time. Can we talk on the way? I'm worried that if we're late, Sister Ziling, innocence will be sullied," said the female disciple. At that moment, Lin Feng was about to explode. He didn't know what was going on, but from what the female disciple had said, Lin Feng knew that Ziling was in danger. If anything happened to her, how could he face Zi Shao? Lin Feng felt a terrifying murderous intent brewing in his chest. His voice sounded like it came from hell. "Lead the way." "Sir, follow me," said the female disciple, running towards the forest in the distance. Lin Feng followed her. "Shit! Shui Yang is going to cause a huge mess." Fan Qiangfu's expression suddenly changed. He obviously knew about the conflict between Shui Yang and Zi Shao. He also knew that Shui Yang had asked for Ziling, after Zi Zhao's death. However, it seemed that the big shot from the Martial Spirit Palace had a close relationship with Ziling, or Zi Shao. Besides, he looked murderous. Fan Qiangfu hurriedly flew towards the main peak. He had to report this to the higher-ups of the Qingyang sect.